Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, welcome to the 12th meeting of Municipal Council. We are going to start with land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, language, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area. The Two-Row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Silver Covenant Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds of the Haudenosaunee-Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the London Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. Three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. The City of London is also committed to making every effort to providing alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. If you'd like to make a request specific to this meeting, you can contact councilagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489 extension 2425. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce the national anthem singer. Conjo Garoom is part of the band Lua Soul and is today's performer of the national anthem. Lua Soul is a stage-blazing soul sextet from London, Ontario, formed in the celestial oven of Fanshawe College's MIA program. The ensemble represents a coalition of diverse musical backgrounds which will make you want to dance. Dance is capitalized, so feel free to do that if you want later. Reggae, R&B, soul, funk, bossa, jazz, blues, and all of the classic New World sounds shine out from whatever club stage the band happens to be occupying. While the band primarily features the radiant vocal talents of frontwoman Conjo and Raquel Sanchez, every member eventually takes center stage to shine with a blistering solo or an indispensable song-defining hook. Lua Soul is a bright light in the dark. Catch their performance this weekend at Home County, and please now rise and join me in welcoming Conjo, who will now perform the national anthem for us. Thanks.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right, okay, we're on to disclosures of pecuniary interest. I'll look for any colleagues who have disclosures. All right, seeing none, we have a couple of recognitions to do. I'm actually going to start with Councillor Van Meerbergen. Were you trying to jump in on disclosures, or you're good? Okay, good. Councillor Pelosi, I'm going to have you do the first recognition. Councillor Pelosi is online.
He's got a disclosure.
Oh, so wait, hold on. Councillor Van Meerbergen, we can't quite hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know, Mayor, I'd like to do a recognition at the appropriate time.
Sure, I'll add you to the list. We'll go to Councillor Pelosi first, though.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to recognize people across the city who took the time to volunteer and assist with the Canada Day festivities. They happened in local community neighborhoods, community centers, as well as the city's official one in Harris Park. Just thanking the volunteers and the sponsors and the vendors who all help make this possible, especially in the South London. The Community Council of White Oaks is a small but mighty group of volunteers who've been hosting this for almost 30 years. Chris Ewer and Nancy Wester had also got the Mayor's New Year's Honors List this year. A fantastic job, and people have battled the storms and the heat and giving community a space to gather. So just thank you to all those across the city who helped make those festivities possible.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Colleagues, it's my privilege to rise today as a member of council and as a member of the Royal Canadian Legion Victory Branch 317 to recognize an important milestone. The First World War, a conflict of unprecedented scale, drew more than 650,000 Canadians and Newfoundlanders to serve. Soldiers endured harsh conditions, heavy losses, and profound personal sacrifice, and when they returned home, veterans began forming local associations to advocate for medical care, financial support, and social services, laying the foundation for what would become the Royal Canadian Legion. Founded in 1925 at the Unity Conference, the Legion began with a clear mission: to support veterans, advocate for their rights, and ensure the act of remembrance continues. And on July 17th, of 1926, the Legion was officially incorporated by a special act of Parliament, making this month the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Legion. It would be the Legion's tireless efforts that led to the creation of Veterans Affairs Canada, a full federal ministry in 1944, while Canadians were continuing to serve and fight to liberate Europe and the Pacific in World War II. And from advocating for care and services for those who serve to honoring the fallen through remembrance, including at the cenotaph right outside of this building every year, the Legion has strengthened Canada's national identity and our community spirit. London is home to 4 branches of the Royal Canadian Legion. In addition to the Victory Branch 317, we are home to the Lambeth Branch 531 and the Byron Springbank Branch 533, both of which are located in Councillor Hopkins' ward, as well as the Vimy Branch 257, which is actually a virtual branch that doesn't have an official address and represents and has members from across the city. Each year, the members of these branches spearhead the annual Poppy campaign, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars that directly support our local veterans. But these Legion members also participate in educating young people about the history of the Canadian Forces. They open their branches to other community groups to host activities and programs, particularly for, but not limited to, seniors and people with disabilities. And they provide a place where people can gather in comradeship. I also want to take the opportunity today to share with all of you that the Legion has changed over time alongside the rest of our world. And while the Legion used to be a place for veterans and their immediate families, they are now a place where anyone can become a member and support their work. And this year, as the Legion marks its centenary, any Canadian citizen can join the Legion this year for free. Membership fees are waived this year for centenary memberships. So now is a great time to join and support the ongoing efforts to support and remember our veterans. Your Worship and colleagues, I also want to recognize that today, the passing of a truly great Londoner, Sir George Beardshaw, who passed away July 11th at the age of 103. It was a genuine privilege for me to have had an opportunity on more than one occasion to sit with George and talk with him directly, and in 2022 attend when he was recognized at the 427 Wing Air Force Association here in London by the French government with their Legion of Honor medal for his service in World War II in helping liberate France from Nazi occupation. Born in England in 1923, George came to Canada at the age of 14. He was one of more than 100,000 British home children who were sent overseas hoping for a better life. And he once joked at a Legion meeting that when he found out he was going to be able to come to Canada, that he was going to go to the prairies and become a cowboy. But when World War II erupted, George enlisted with the Queen's Own Rifles and served during the Second World War in the European theater, notably in France and the Netherlands after the invasion of Normandy. He would later be captured and spent the final year of the conflict as a POW before returning to Canada. And after the war, George settled here in London, where he not only raised a family and multiple generations now, but where he was also a stalwart participant in Remembrance Day ceremonies and community events commemorating our military history. As we say goodbye to George, one of Canada's last surviving World War II veterans, we remember him as a powerful voice in sharing his experiences from the war, but also for educating Canadians about the British Home Children Program, something many of us would not otherwise know about. And it was something that he would do for the rest of his long life after the war, because he truly carried in his heart the spirit and the meaning of those crucial words, lest we forget. And so I would invite everyone to join me and stand for just a moment of silence in remembrance of George. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you. I have myself next, and then I'll go to Councillor Van Meerbergen, and Councillor McAllister indicated that he had something too. So I'll just do the line from here. Today we pause to honor Canada's country gentleman, the legendary Tommy Hunter, one of Canada's most beloved entertainers and a proud son of the Forest City. Born in London, Ontario, Tommy Hunter went on to become a national icon. For more than 5 decades, his music, warmth, and unmistakable presence welcomed Canadians into their homes through the Tommy Hunter Show, making him a defining figure in Canadian country music and broadcasting. Affectionately known as Canada's country gentleman, he helped shape Canada's cultural landscape while always remaining humble, gracious, and deeply connected to his roots. Tommy's extraordinary career earned him some of the country's highest honors, including appointment as an officer of the Order of Canada, introduction into the Canadian Country Music Hall of Fame, and the Canadian Songwriters Hall of Fame. Yet beyond the awards and accolades, he will be remembered for bringing generations of Canadians together through music, storytelling, and a genuine love for his audience. London has always taken great pride in calling Tommy Hunter one of our own. His remarkable achievements on the national stage never diminished his connections to the community where his story began, and his legacy will continue to inspire artists and performers for generations to come. On behalf of the members of council and the residents of London, we extend our sincere condolences to Tommy Hunter's family, friends, and the countless Canadians whose lives he touched. His songs, his kindness, and his enduring contribution to Canadian culture will never be forgotten. Councillor Van Meerbergen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to recognize city staff, particularly the Parks Department, Cheryl Smith's team, on going above and beyond for yet another excellent Canada Day at this tumultuous time, particularly when it comes to our relations to the South. Many Londoners know the corner of Commissioners Road and Wharncliffe. That is the corner of Basil Grover Park, and it's a slope. It's like the side of a hill on that corner. And for many years, we've had Canadian flags and Canadian paraphernalia painted right into it. That sadly stopped around the COVID years. Many of my constituents were really looking forward to that coming back. They very much wanted the Canadian flag, Canadian paraphernalia on that very busy corner, that very prominent corner. We were told by Parks that we would most likely have to wait till 2027 to have it done. But lo and behold, on June 30th in the afternoon, on the Friday before Canada Day, they worked their magic. The Canada flag, the Canada emblem, the words Canada were painted huge letters on both sides, on Commissioners and Warncliffe. So I wanted to recognize not only Cheryl and obviously the whole team, but Mike Clements from operations, one of the operations supervisors, who took that extra step, went above and beyond, and brought his crew there and had it done just in time for Canada Day. So thank you. It was just an excellent touch.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I'm just actually adding on to what the mayor said. I just wanted to offer my condolences to the Hunter family. Tommy Hunter had deep roots, especially in the East End, Hamilton Road. This loss is deeply felt. On the weekend, I even had the pleasure of seeing photographs of when Tommy was a child, and just understanding, where he came from, and how important he was to the community. So just on behalf of Ward 1, also want to express, sadness at this loss. And want to encourage folks. There's a great group, the Hidden History of Hamilton Road. Barb and Stephen do a fabulous job keeping the history of the community alive. They were the ones who had a lot of the photographs of Tommy Hunter, and so if you ever get a chance, they do a lot of events down at the Crouch Library. It's a nice way to learn more about London's history and the people who shaped the city and are ambassadors for us in the country and abroad. So again, thank you to council and condolences to the Hunter family. He made a big impact on the world stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all the recognitions we have for today. I'm going to move on to review of confidential matters to be considered in public, of which we have none. So that takes us to moving to council in closed session, of which there are 12 items before us. So I'll look for a motion to move into closed session. Moved by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. We will vote on that online.
Councillor Lewis votes yes.
Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Hillier. Councillor Hillier. Second vote.
Coming up.
How do you vote?
Yes.
Noted. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 15-0.
Okay, we're moving to committee room 5, so members of the public can stay here. We're the ones that move. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Okay. All right, that concludes the in-camera session. We're on to confirmation and signing of the minutes of previous meetings. We have the 11th meeting held on June 23rd, 2026. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the minutes. Moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, we're going to open the vote on that.
Councillor Hopkins votes yes.
Noted, thank you. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, we have a number of items of correspondence. All of them can be referred to different portions of the agenda. There's a motion prepared to do just that. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for doing that. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Lewis. Any discussion on moving those items? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, that brings us to reports. I'll go to, sorry, Councillor Rahman, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, I'd like to put forward a change of order. So I guess that's an amendment to our agenda for today, that pursuant to section 6.4 of the council procedure bylaw, a change in order of the council agenda be approved to provide for the 11th report of CPSC in stage 8.4 to be considered before the 12th report of ICSC in stage 8.1.
Okay, that's moved. I'll look for a seconder for that. Councillor Lehman's willing to second.
Can I speak to it?
So change of order isn't debatable. So we're going to have to vote on the change of order matter, and it requires 2/3 of those present. Yeah, 2/3 of the members present. All right, so we're just going to open that. Oh, sorry,
technical
Councillor.
question.
Yes.
For a technical reason to allow for staff, is that possible to share?
Okay, so it's not debatable, but I think, like, I'll just say it. There's a staff member critical to information, one of the matters before us, who cannot be here during the meeting for reasons beyond their control. You're adjusting the agenda to allow for council to have full access to that staff member during the course of the debate. That's the reason that it's being brought forward. Again, it's not debatable. That's why the councillors moved the change of order. So we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Ferreira. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, so the order's been changed, which means we now proceed to the Community and Protective Services Committee report. And so I'm going to have Councillor Rahman present that report.
Thank you, and through you. So I just want to be clear that I need to move a second change of order after I do the consent items, if that's okay.
Yeah, so if you're looking to readjust the order of the remaining items, the recommendation I have from the clerk is let's just take care of the consent items first. We'll ask who wants everything pulled. Of the pulled items, if you want to adjust the order of those, we do that at the time after we've cleared the consent pieces. Okay, so we'll start with the consent pieces. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to declare a conflict on number 5, childcare and early years engagement of auditor services, as my wife operates her own childcare. Thank you.
Okay, we'll make sure we do that one separate then, and appreciate you declaring that. Counselor, I don't know if you know of items that people want to be pulled, but maybe I'll let you start with that, and then we'll poll for anything else.
Okay, thank you, and through you. So I was asked to pull items 4, 5, 6, 9, and 11. And 10 now.
Okay, so 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11 all dealt with separately. Does anybody want anything else dealt with separately? Okay, you can move a motion then, Counselor.
Thank you. I will look to put 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8 on the floor.
Okay, those matters are on the floor before us. I'll look for any discussion. Okay, seeing no discussion, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Now you can change the order of what's left if you'd like.
Thank you. And it requires, just through you, technically, it requires another change of order motion. Okay. So do I need to read pursuant to those sections? Okay, just a moment.
We'll have all that language up for you, but yes, if you'd like, if you have it there, you could read it out.
Okay, thank you. That pursuant to section 6.4 of the council procedure bylaw, change of order, of the council agenda be approved to provide for item 10, 4.4, City of London Special Constables Program to be considered before item 4, 2.4.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Frank. Okay, that's not debatable. Reasons the same as before, so we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
And before you do that, the clerk just needs 1 second just to fix the thing in eScribe. Now you can go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So I'll look to put item 10 on the floor, which is the City of London Special Constable Program.
Okay, that's the committee's recommendation on the floor. I'll go to members of committee for motion. Go ahead, Councillor Trousseau, and then I'll go to Councillor McAllister.
Yes, thank you very much. And I believe under the procedural bylaw, a motion to refer this to the next council meeting will take precedent. I did file such a request. It was circulated to members of the council, and it was seconded. So I would like to proceed with that motion to refer this to the August meeting first.
I just need to poll for a seconder. Councillor Ferrer is willing to second. Okay, so referral to the next council meeting? Can you just read your referral motion, just so we have that?
Yeah, was the motion loaded into, yes, could we go to that page so I get it exactly right? That the matter relating to a City of London Special Constable Program be referred to the municipal council meeting to be held on August 25th, 2026, in order to provide additional time for members of the public to review the proposed direction and provide any comments to council prior to a decision being made. It being noted that communications were received.
Okay, so referrals on the floor. It's moved and seconded. I'll allow you to speak to the referral if you'd like, Councillor. Okay, if you don't want to speak to it, I will go to Deputy Mayor Lewis first then.
Thank you, Chair. So I won't be supporting the referral because there's nothing to refer. The direction from committee is for staff to prepare a report with specific options to bring back to us for our consideration. Until we have that staff report, frankly, there's not much for the public to comment on. There were communications at committee, so clearly there has been an opportunity for some communication to come through. But without staff doing the work that committee has asked them to do, there's no more details to discuss. So we're referring it, in my opinion, would be simply delaying it because we don't want to make a decision. I want the staff to go and do the report.
Okay, a point of privilege. Councillor Trousseau,
Whether you agree with my position on this or not,
through the chair,
I'm not,
please.
through the chair, I'm not doing this for purposes of delay, and I sort of, I don't think that's an appropriate way to characterize my motivation. I would ask that you withdraw that.
So I appreciate, Councillor Trousseau, that you have called a point of personal privilege on that. I'll say referring something is a delay. I think it's a statement of fact that the councillor is making. I didn't hear him say it in a way that was impugning you in any sort of way, and I've heard many members of council over the course of this term say actions we take delay things. I think that I don't think he intended it that way, but I'll ask the deputy mayor just to continue with his comments. It was a factual statement, and I heard him say it in a way that I didn't feel was offensive in tone or anything. So I'm going to just recognize that point of personal privilege is dealt with, and we'll continue on, and we'll have lots of hopefully very respectful debate today.
Thank you, Chair. So just to continue through you, it's important staff be given the time to do this work and bring something back to us. Because frankly, when you look across the country, whether we look at Kingston, Ottawa, Vancouver, Toronto, Calgary, Saskatoon, or the many smaller municipalities, particularly in BC, that utilize special constable programs, each one does it a little bit different, depending on their needs, and depending on discussions that they've had with their police services board, which is something else the staff has to do moving forward before they can bring back to us options for our consideration. So I strongly encourage colleagues to defeat the referral. Let's move on with the discussion and provide staff some direction on what the next step would be. Because the next step to me is not waiting till August. The next step is providing staff direction one way or another on things.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I will not be supporting the referral either. I did receive, actually, I would say quite a few emails and phone calls regarding this, and not just from residents in Ward 5. And most of them, or actually, I take it back, all of them were under the impression that we are starting this. So I familiarized them with the 4 clauses that were passed at the committee, and they completely understand that this is for the report to come back, and they understand that they will have the opportunity to actually give us a meaningful feedback once the report is back. And therefore, I will also not be supporting it. And I think that the understanding of certainly some residents is there, and the opportunity will be there. Totally agree that we need feedback from residents, but there's really, honestly, not much to ask for feedback because we don't have the report back yet. And that's actually our standard procedure. We always go to the staff, and then staff comes back, and then we do a public participation meeting or the feedback from the residents. Thank you. I will not be supporting.
Go ahead, Councillor Ferrer.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm seconding this, and it is a delay, but it's a delay to give the public more time and information because they are asking for it. Especially for a decision like this, you know, to be true to our democratic ideals and our democratic process, we should give that more time. This is a big decision, and I think it's fair to allow the public more time to digest it. So that's why I'm supporting this. You do see we have other delays as well. We're giving other delays for other items involving large office tenants. why not do this for the public? I think that this should be something that we should be able to do. There's nothing wrong with it. I read the report, I made my comments on committee, and I think that it's only true to our nature of what we are as a body here to give that time and give that time to the public so they can digest it. People have jobs, people are busy, and they're not necessarily focusing on some of the items before us like we are. So speaking to the fact that, we don't need to give that information out, or we go through our processes how it is, I think for a decision like this, it should be fair for the public to get that information. That's why I'm supporting this deferral. My position hasn't changed from committee. I know that there's another motion that has been on the added agenda as well that I would not be supporting. So I'm just hoping that we can just slow things down and do things right.
Okay, I added myself to the speakers list, so I'll turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will take the chair and recognize Mayor Morgan.
Thank you. So I won't be supporting the referral. I'll say with respect through the presiding officer to a couple of members of council, there is no report. I wrote a letter. It's an opinion letter based on my rationale on why I think we need a report from staff, which is what is being asked for. And I would say I think we should deal with this matter today because there's a number of members of council who have indicated that they'd like to make some adjustments to the information that staff would bring back. And I think, it would be beneficial to us to hear their thoughts and discussions to allow them the opportunity to make that adjustment and incorporate that into what would be a report back on a matter. I will say it's unfortunate because there's a number of pieces of correspondence both here and I've seen on social media of people who are prominent in the community who clearly have misinterpreted what we're doing. I've seen people say, today is the day that we're voting on having special constables or not. We're not voting on having special constables or not. In no way. We have no idea what their duties would be. We have no idea what gaps they would serve. We have no idea what legislative responsibilities would be asked for. None of that detail is there, where there's no detail on the impact on operations, there's no detail on the impact on costs, there's no detail on the impact on cost savings. Those are pieces of information that, rightly so, the public would want to weigh in on. And the best way for the public to weigh in on that is for staff to do an assessment and analysis, present the documentation before council, and at that point, council can decide, let's have lots of public engagement. You could have the report and all the information there and say, let's give it a month of consultation. Let's not decide the day of the report. There's lots of opportunities to do public engagement, but right now, the public engagement is on an opinion letter I wrote to ask our staff to bring forward a plan. So I'm not sure what people would give feedback on because there's nothing to give feedback on. I'll be quite frank. I don't even know what special constables exactly would be used for. That's why in the motion I brought forward, I asked our staff to do an analysis of the system, the gaps within it, the costs, the operations, funding opportunities, impacts on other pieces. So that's it. If councilors want to have more pieces to that in the report back, I think today's a good opportunity to not refer it, but to have that discussion as councilors, add those pieces in, and even if those pieces are added in, and I'm willing to support things that maybe I'm not as overly interested in because other members of council want to have that information. I'm willing and very open to hearing people's opinions on what they'd like to see. But until we get to the point of report back, until we put the documentation and background information that's been gathered already, which by the way, a consultant study is not what we necessarily move forward with. It's a piece of information that our staff use to develop a report. What is developed is going to be based on what our staff's opinion of where the gaps and needs of the municipality are. They may come back with a very wide-scoped model. They may come back with a very narrow-scope model. They could come back with any recommendation, but we've got to give them the opportunity to do that. So I don't think we should delay this today. I think we should have a debate about moving to the next steps in the discussion. And then ultimately, we can have a very robust debate when staff bring back that report with all of the pieces and all of the information that I'm sure the public would be very interested in weighing in on.
Thank you, Your Worship. I haven't noted additional speakers yet, so I'll return the chair to you.
Okay, other speakers on the referral motion. I'll go to Councillor Trossau and then Councillor Stevenson.
Well, the argument that there's really no report for us to be talking about flies in the face of the fact that we did receive, albeit very late, the feasibility study that the city staff asked for the procurement This was not directed by city council. City staff asked for this feasibility study. It was received in October 2025. 2025, October. And it was not released to the public until Friday afternoon. Friday afternoon at 1:30, to be more precise. So the public sees this report that has been sitting in City Hall since October 2025. They see it for the first time, not on the CAPS agenda. They see it for the first time with the council agenda, Friday afternoon at 1:30. Any comments? Be too late for a request for delegation because it's a council meeting, but any added items would have needed to have been submitted by 9 o'clock Monday, not even a full working day. And I think it's to the diligent credit of some of the people who have actually responded to it, Ms. Toth, Speakos. But I think that the public needed to have seen this report earlier. And I still have not received an adequate explanation as to why this was withheld from the public until Friday afternoon. Now, I'm not going to speak to the merits of the report. I'm going to stick to the referral. Should the referral be defeated, I sense it will be, I will speak to the merits of the report. But I'm not going to do that right now. All I'm going to say right now is that we're moving this ahead. Whether we're not finally approving it, but we're moving it ahead. And we move a lot of things ahead. Every time we move something ahead, usually when we move something ahead for a staff report, there's a side conversation about whether or not this is a good use of staff time at this point. And I think if we are going to refer this to the staff, which, by the way, I don't think we should do, I'm prepared to vote this down today and take no further action. But if we are going to send this to the staff, it should be based on a more fulsome opportunity of members of the public to react and respond to the feasibility study that was paid for by the city, though not at the direction of council. So I think with that, I've made my argument as to why I think a deferral to August would be appropriate. I would like to see more commentary from the public. I'm not asking for a public hearing. I'm not even asking for this to be referred back to CAPS, where people could do delegation requests. I'm just asking this to come to the next council meeting, so people can submit added agenda items. I think that's a reasonable request, and I think that we are cutting short the ability of the public to participate in every meaningful stage of this process if we defeat this referral motion. So I would urge you, please, to support this referral motion, and we'll take this up again in August. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
That's good. Thank you. I'm inclined to support the referral, and I'm a little bit confused as to how we did get here, because in June of 2025, we received an email from staff saying that they were doing this consultation study. It was a $65,000 taxpayer-funded study that didn't need council approval. And yet, more than a year later, we've got the mayor bringing us a motion saying, hey, we should get a staff report on a study that staff issued or requested, paid for, and has obviously been working on. So I'm wondering why there's this intermediary step. Like, was staff not working on this? I would have assumed we would have got a staff report based on the feasibility study and the email that we received a year ago, especially considering it was around a series of safety and security challenges over recent years impacting our staff, the unhoused population, and the broader community. So why does staff need this approval right now to go ahead and bring us a staff report?
You guys are looking at each other, so whoever wants to answer it, Mr. Ladouceur.
Through your worship, the study was commissioned last year. The study came back, keeping in mind that the consultant report is simply a consultant report. It doesn't necessarily mean that staff agree with all of the report or disagree with all the report. The report was completed. There were a number of competing issues during that time. One of the top ones that comes to mind is the work that was done on the micromodular shelter. I can tell you that sometimes things do get parked temporarily before we get the time to devote the attention that it deserves. So again, the report was the first step in exploring whether or not there should be further exploration of this. Being brought before council is a decision for council to make of whether they feel it's worthy of further exploration.
Yes, and sorry, Councillor, I should have I allowed the question, but if you could keep, we're on the referral too, so just if you could keep it tight to the referral, that'd be great.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, well, the reason for referring it is because, as was mentioned, the study just went public a couple of days ago. Council only got it through an email. And we can say, oh, there's nothing for the public to comment on, and yet we're being asked for our comments today on how to direct staff in terms of bringing back the staff report. And we had the mayor in the news prior to committee saying that it might be able to address open public drug use. Then at committee, we had councillors talking about the 3 to 4 hour delay in service at our LMCH buildings in terms of trespassing, and 3 to 4 hour delays for police service at recreational facilities. We had a councillor bring an amendment forward regarding traffic in school zones. We've got another amendment today.
Okay, I got a point of order from Councillor Rahman, so go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Can you keep this to the matter in front of us, which is the referral?
Yes, and I usually allow a little bit of leeway, but I will again remind the councillor, if you could keep it to the reasons for the referral today and just package it around that, that would be really great. So continue on.
Yeah, letting me say my full thing actually lets me get to the point. Otherwise, I can keep saying for the referral to make sure everything ties in. But the point is that we are discussing something at council with a lot of amendments, with a public that hasn't seen the report. They paid $65,000 for this report. I think, again, we too often will send out this blanket thing to staff saying, bring us back something on the special constables, but we haven't narrowed the scope at all. We haven't addressed what the why is, what the timing is required. We heard that it might come back in the spring. This is about public safety issues that required a $65,000 study almost 2 years before we're talking about getting a staff report back. So I do think the referral is a good idea to have some time to catch up, because the mayor had access to stuff, staff had access to stuff that we as council didn't have. I personally would like to know about these public safety challenges, because that hasn't been brought to our attention as a council. So that is why I'm supporting the referral, is because we seem to be all over the map, all out of order. Somehow we've got a study from staff that's come out into the public through the mayor. It just seems very disorganized. This is a very important issue, touching on one of the #1 issues to Londoners right now. And so looking like we're organized, getting together, making sure we have the information that we need would be my reason for supporting the referral.
Other speakers to the referral? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So just on some of the comments that were made just now about the report, but also on the reason for the referral. I'm just wondering through you to staff, did we not receive a budget business case that contains information about staff and their sense of safety and the need for additional measures? And can we also maybe go back to the conversation around the engagement that council was given on the special constable report? All members of council, I understand, just through you to staff, were invited to participate in that discussion.
Councillor, given you asked before, can you link this to the referral?
Sure.
Gotta be super consistent, so.
Well, thank you, and through you. So I'm rebutting some of the comments that have been made in the referral, and since they were allowed, I assume that in my conversation on the referral, I'm allowed to then mention them.
So yes, okay, we'll do that. I will remind everybody to try to keep it tight to the referral. If the referral passes, there's going to be another debate. If the referral fails, there's still going to be debate, so there's going to be lots of times to debate a lot of other things too. Go to Mr. Ladouceur.
Through you, Your Worship, there was a business case that was provided at the last multi-year budget. That was in relation to staff safety concerns and an increase in security personnel as a result of that business case. That business case at the time, I can confirm was not passed.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, and through you. And with respect to the consultation on the Special Constable's report, I'm just wondering if all members of council were engaged.
Mr. Ladouceur.
Through your worship, there was correspondence out to councillors asking if they wish to partake in the study. That's correct.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. And I'm just wondering, I'm not sure who can answer this question, but it was about 2 weeks ago that the report was circulated to members of council.
Mr. Ladouceur, or whoever can answer that.
I can certainly try. Through your worship, I believe it was about 2 weeks ago. That's correct.
Thank you, and through you. And was that report confidential at the time?
Mr. Ladouceur.
Through your worship, when it was released, no, it was released to council.
Thank you. Thank you. And my questions pertain to the reason why the referral has been put on the floor. The referral was put on the floor because there was a request for the information to be shared public. But there is also, and was also, the opportunity for members of council to share the information more publicly. Yes, at CAPS, we had a discussion where there was a request for that information to be made public and to be included on the council agenda. That was satisfied and has been shared. Again, I'm not supportive of the referral because what we're going to be receiving back is a report. That report will give the public an opportunity to weigh in and participate in this discussion. And it will be months from now. So there will be multiple opportunities for members of council to engage with the public on this topic in the interim before we even receive that report. So I do feel like there's ample engagement opportunities, and for that reason, I won't be supporting the referral.
Other speakers to the referral. Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to speak to the referral. I am going to support it, but I am going to add some of the reasons why I am supporting the referral, given a few of the questions that were just asked by the councillor. I'd like to start off with, there was the feasibility study circulated. It wasn't circulated to me by city staff. So I was not looking for this feasibility study that was going to be on the agenda coming from the mayor's office. Secondly, going back to last June, as a city councillor, I did want to be on that list to be interviewed, and unfortunately, I was missed. So again, I agree with the mayor. There's a lot of misinformation out there with myself, trying to understand this process, but more importantly, the public. So any kind of referral, having more of an understanding on what is in front of us is helpful. So I'll support the referral.
Other speakers to the referral. Okay, then we're voting on the referral. It's moved and seconded. We're going to open that for voting.
Councillor Pelosa. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion fails 5 to 10.
Okay, Counselor Trosa, you rose for this matter, you moved a referral, but if you'd like to speak to it now, you've got to speak to it now, so, because you're on, you still have the floor on the matter.
I believe we just voted down the motion to refer, and the other motions are not on the floor yet, and I will have the opportunity to address motions as they come up for 5 minutes. Is the main motion on the floor now?
The main motion is on the floor. There will be, I'm aware of a number of councilors who want to make amendments to it, so you'd be able to speak on each of those amendments, but now is your time, given you've risen, to move a motion on the main, or speak to the main motion.
I don't think that's right, but you know what? I'm not gonna push it. I'll just speak this way.
Well, I don't know how you don't think it's not right. If you want to
Well, I
challenge
made
that.
a referral motion, and I spoke to that, and it was denied. This motion that's on the floor, it's a separate motion from the referral motion. The referral motion lost. I haven't risen to talk about the merits of the main motion. And there's still amendments to come. So I don't even know what the main motion is going to be.
Hold on. Let me confer with the procedure bylaw, and I'll make sure that I'm right on this, okay? Okay, Counselor, I'm going to explain myself. If you're not happy with the result, you can challenge the chair. That's okay. I never mind that. So speaking only once to the motion under section 7.9, Counselor Rahman put the motion on the floor. You rose to speak to it. Then you moved an amendment, which is your right when you speak to the motion. It's one of the things that you can do when the motion is under debate. You moved an amendment. Then I gave you the opportunity to speak to the amendment. The amendment has failed. We're now back to what was already on the floor when you rose the first time. I'm going to let you continue for 5 minutes on the matter to which you rose to in the first place. So I just had a discussion with the clerk. That's our understanding of the way that the procedure is supposed to work. So I'm going to say, if you want to speak to the main motion, you should speak to it now.
I have not risen to speak to the main motion. I made a separate and independent motion to a referral in writing in advance of the meeting.
Counselor, when I recognize you after the motion is moved, you're speaking to the motion. And you're right, when you're speaking to that motion, is to move an amendment, which you did. You rose to speak to the motion, you chose to move an amendment. That is absolutely your right, but that's what you did. Otherwise, counselors could just stand up, move an amendment, sit down, wait for someone else to speak, stand up, move another amendment, sit down, wait to speak, stand up, move a third amendment, and then you'll just claim you haven't spoken yet to the whole thing. And so that's not my understanding of how the procedure bylaw is going to work. I'm making my ruling saying you have to do this. If you want to challenge me, happy to do that. If council overrides me, happy to do it a different way. But to keep the meeting proceeding, I'm just going to say that's my understanding of the procedure bylaw. That's how I'm going to enforce it. So if that's going to be my ruling. So if you'd like to speak to it now or challenge my decision, you could do that at this point.
Am I correct in thinking that there are still amendments coming to the main motion?
Yes, for people who have not spoken yet, they can move an amendment to the main motion. And when they move that amendment and that amendment is on the floor, you will have the right to speak fully to that amendment.
But not to the whole motion once the amendment process is finished. I think that's wrong.
So what we've done in the past is if an amendment is successful, even though I think we need to change this in the future because people are speaking 4 or 5 times to the same thing, if the amendment is successful and there is a new as amended motion moved, you could speak to the as amended motion. That's the way that we've been doing it because the procedure bylaw is a little silent on that piece. So it's technically a new motion, so you technically get to speak to the as amended motion because the motion will have changed. But right now, the motion hasn't changed, so you could speak to it.
Well, I guess my understanding that a motion to refer takes precedent before anything else happens was wrong. Was that
No,
right?
you're not wrong. A motion to refer takes precedent and becomes the motion on the floor. Now we're not debating the main motion, but it is the main motion you're referring. That was defeated. We're back to the status quo before that, which is the main motion that's on the floor that you rose to speak to when you chose to move the amendment.
Okay, I'm just going to move on. I'm prepared to talk about why I think we should just receive the report and take no further action. So that's my position. This was a flawed report. The procedure for how we got this report was flawed. The way it was not shared with the public was flawed. The underlying questions that were asked as part of this research study, which I put in quotes because I don't think it was a legitimate research study. I think it was an advocacy piece. It was flawed. It was flawed all around. Now, my first question is, when the specifications were delivered to the consultant without the council, this was something that staff did, which staff had the right to do. Who prepared those specifications and what directions were given?
Go ahead, Mr. Ladouceur.
Through you, Your Worship. So I provided those directions to the consultant, and it was to explore what options and potentials would be available, or if there would be benefit to a special constable program within the City of London.
Councillor Trossau.
Because the way through the chair, I read the underlying research question here. It was not, should we do this? It was, how should we do this? And I think that was explained in some further detail in Susan Toth's letter, which I think she lays that out very well. I believe that this study wrote itself. I think we asked for a particular result, and I think it's no surprise.
So, Councillor, I'm going to interject because you're assuming that Mr. Ladouceur basically just answered the premise of what the question was that he asked. It doesn't matter if members of the public, whoever they are, want to speculate on other things. You can't stand here and accuse a member of our staff in doing something the exact opposite of what he just said he did. Like he stood up, he said, this is the premise of the question I asked, and now you're saying, no, you asked a different question. Like, just, you can have a debate, Councillor, but don't impugn our staff in the course of the debate. That's not allowed under the rules. So you can continue on with your discussion, but I would ask you not to project rationale into our staff's mind. If you have a question for staff, they can answer it, but we're not going to say, this is what you did. Especially when it's in direct conflict with the thing that they just answered.
I'll move on then. It's not my intention to impugn staff. It's my intention to impugn the validity of this report. However, why was this report not shared with council or the public after it was received in October of 2025?
You can talk about it. Mr. Ladouceur, go ahead, whatever you need.
Through Your Worship, I think I explained that already, that the study was a first step and there were other competing priorities at the time.
Councillor Trossau.
Okay. I'm going to refer to the letters that we received for the added agenda. And I want to thank the people who were able to get this done over the weekend. I know it was very difficult for them. I want people to go back and read the letter from Ms. Bikos, Professor Bikos, and also from Susan Toth. I think they lay out in some great detail why this study is flawed. The position that I'm going to be advocating for today is that we receive the report and take no further action. And the reason I'm doing that is I don't think we've been given adequate reasons to do anything except receive this report. We can't overlook the fact that the report did have, and I'm not speaking to staff, this is not about staff, okay? This is about the report. There was a bit of selection bias in terms of the questions that were asked in that report. And I think there was a bit of methodology bias in terms of who was invited to participate in the set of interviews. And that's assuming that everybody who said they wanted to participate in the interviews had the chance to do that. Was there any attempt to have people who are service providers participate in the interview process?
Yeah, Mr. Lattiser, go ahead.
Through your worship, there was a number of parties that were selected as part of that study through the consultants. Some of those were members of the London Police Service and other service areas in the division, but outside of that, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so even though this would have a direct bearing on the outreach work that's going on in this community in a significant way, the agencies, our partner agencies, who are well known to the city, were not invited to participate in this survey. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Through you, your worship, no, they were not interviewed by the consultants.
Would I be pushing it if I asked why? That's the question. I should just say why.
I'll just point out, Councillor, that one of the items that we're considering on the floor is a presentation from the consultants about their findings where you could ask, should that be approved? Many questions of them. Mr. Lattiser can attempt to answer, but if it's a question on why the consultants did something a certain way, that's probably more of a question for them, which is part of the matter that's before us today, to come back with some staff information. But Mr. Lattiser, I don't know if there's any context you can add.
Through your worship, just to be clear, the consultants were given the freedom to do the study without interference by myself. In fact, that was the whole purpose, to have an independent study that wasn't influenced by myself.
Councillor
Okay.
Trosa.
So just to wrap this up, because I'm sure my time is coming to an end. I don't think that this study that the city has had since October provides a basis in any evidentiary basis for us to continue at this time, in this term of council, right now in July 2026, to take further action on this. And while I feel that these comments that I just delivered were probably a bit premature, as perhaps they would be a little bit more fruitful after further discussion, I made my comments. This was not an effective feasibility study. From a research evaluation point of view, it would not have even gotten past the proposal stage. It would have been sent, and this is my opinion as someone who has supervised research projects as my professional work. This would have been sent back to the writer to ask some additional questions. And I think it's unfortunate that it got to the
30
point
seconds,
that it did,
Councillor.
the expense that it did, and I think it's caused a lot of uncertainty. And I think it's to the extent that we want to do this process right, this was the wrong way of doing it. And so on the merits of the entire motion, and I'll be looking forward to speaking on some of the amendments, I cannot support that at this time. So I'll be asking council to take no further action. Thank you very much.
Okay. Other speakers to the main motion. Councillor McAllister, I did have you on the list from a little while ago, so I'm going to get to you right now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, sorry, I was just pulling up the amendment. Do you want me to read out my amendment?
Yes, that would be very good, please.
Okay, so my amendment is on Part E, and Part E would now read potential impacts on existing municipal service delivery models, including security services, municipal law enforcement, coordinated informed response teams, and relationships with the London Police Service and other community partners. with a specific focus on the implementation of a mixed model CIR and special constable team.
Okay, so that's kind of adding into the scope of the report back, that piece, okay. I think that, is that loaded in? Okay, oh yes, second, is there someone willing to second it? Yes, Deputy Mayor Lewis is willing to second that. Okay, Councillor, so we'll get that up in eScribe so everybody can see that language of that change, and you could proceed with the debate.
Thank you, and through the mayor. At committee, I had said in terms of, I had some confusion in terms of what we were doing, and as I took the time afterwards, to me, we're still very much in the exploratory phase of this. And I appreciate Mr. Lattis for speaking with me because I'm very much a believer and I would like options on the table. When I thought back to conversations I'd had in the past with Mr. Lattiser, this is one that really is top of mind for me. Our CRR team does an awful lot of work. We've saddled them with a heavy responsibility. It's a team of 8. St. Thomas is a team of 12. 8 people for $500,000 for a monumental task is not sufficient. And what I have consistently heard from CIR is that they need those added powers, they need added staff. I 100% think when you get to the next multi-year, you need to look at the complement of CIR, but this is also a model that I think we need to explore. And that is a mixed model. We've seen the police employ a mixed model. When you look at them partnering with mental health workers, I think our CIR team absolutely need backup. I have heard from them loud and clear. They need support in the field. Having those special constables will address a lot of the issues that they are experiencing. Right now, having to coordinate with our other emergency service providers is delaying a service which we absolutely need to be providing in the community. And that's why I would like us to look specifically at this option. I know other councillors have looked at options, but this is something I really think we need to look at as we go through this process. So I'm looking for your support. This is something that I feel very passionate about. I have used CIR a lot. I have found them to be a very effective team, but they are undermanned and they really need backup. So I would very much ask my colleagues to think of our staff who are in the field who are doing this work. We have tasked them with it, but we need to support them, and I think having a mixed model will absolutely help them do their job. So I will leave it there, and I'm looking for your support. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Rahman. This is on the, you put your hand up. I'll just check, do you want to speak to the amendment? No. Councillor Stevenson, are you speaking to the amendment or the main?
Yeah, thank you. I'll talk to the amendment. I have to admit, this amendment is more what I was expecting from this study, because I had heard from CIR that they felt unequipped out there in confrontational settings, and that it made sense to maybe give them some special tools that they could use to do the work that they did. So that's where when this came to us last June, that's where I thought this was coming. That's why when I heard the mayor talking about open drug use, and then I heard about, tiered policing in terms of city services getting faster response times than private spaces in our city, I was confused. And the same with the mayor's letter where he talks about special events and traffic management and downtown and public safety initiatives, reducing reliance on paid duty police and contracted security services. So all of a sudden it went boom into like so many different directions that, we've got this amendment, but we don't have a staff report. So we're here talking about stuff and now trying to make adjustments to something that, as the mayor said, we don't even have the information to make decisions, and yet we're going to make decisions here. So I'm still trying to understand how it's come this way. So had the mayor not put a letter on the committee meeting, what would have happened? Like, would there have been a staff report?
This is where, before I get points of order, this is on, that sounds like a really good piece for the main debate. This is on just Councillor McAllister's amendment, 2-part E, to add that piece. So if you could keep your debate at this time to that piece, that would be great. What you're talking about now is the wider scope of the overall motion.
Thank you. The issue that I have is that this amendment says we're asking staff after not having had a staff report or a chance to really talk to the public too much, this amendment says we're directing staff to bring back a staff report that has a specific focus on the implementation of a mixed model CIR and special constable team versus what? Like, we're redirecting staff to make this the specific focus when we haven't heard from staff which of these many,
Point of order, go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because my amendment is adding to what is before us, that this is one option. I'm not excluding others. This is just an addition, and I'm not to the exclusion of others.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. What I want to be cautious about, and I've said this many times, is councillors are allowed to say things that are not correct. They might not get everything perfectly right. I don't want people to use point of orders to try to cross debate. So I understand that you're clarifying something there, but I want to be cautious. I think that there's other opportunities if someone feels somebody said something that is not factual or true, that someone else can stand up and rebut that rather than use point of order. So I'm going to let the councillor continue, and I'm not going to say that this is a point of order that we need to address. So go ahead, councillor, and continue.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the clarification because it helps me support the amendment knowing that this is just one option that has a specific focus rather than drive. So that's helpful. But then again, is that what this is about? So are we going to just keep adding all the different things that we want staff to bring back? Because the transit special constables is definitely something that I think should be on there. So I guess what I'm saying is I will support the amendment, especially with the clarification, because I definitely heard from CIR, and I would like, this is what I had thought was coming forward. The question I guess I have to you through staff is us adding a whole bunch of things that we would like to see around the special constable program going to be helpful in terms of bringing back the report? Because I'm just worried this could get very large, maybe bigger than what you had anticipated.
Mr. Ladouceur, go ahead.
Through your worship, the intent is to bring back a report that would be all-encompassing of what particular duties could be completed by special constables, not to say that they would all be recommended to be completed by special constables. So I want to be really clear on that. There's a robust ability for special constables to play a role in several different areas within the city. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the recommendation. So I want to be cautious of that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you. Just one last question then. What about the timing of this? Because we're talking about safety issues and we talked about some pretty serious stuff at committee. I've heard some very serious stories. The mayor's letter starts out saying the City of London is experiencing increased operational pressures associated with homelessness, mental health and addictions, activity in public spaces. That's not the part I wanted to read. But the report says that the City of London is facing growing public safety challenges that exceed the capacity of current enforcement systems, including issues related to homelessness, addiction, and mental health. That's why I will support this amendment, is because I think this relates right to an issue that we hear about, I've heard about from staff. This amendment, would it be valuable, I guess what I'm asking through you to staff, is for us to put a time frame on this that addresses the urgent need that we have in our city right now?
Mr. Ladouceur, go ahead.
Through you, your worship, I think as far as the timing and the timeline goes is when we looked at Q1 of 2027, that's to do a robust analysis and look at what model would be best suited for the City of London. I think that time's essential if we're to get it right and get things right. As far as the safety issues go, I can assure you that while we have seen increasing safety issues for staff and in public spaces, we've been mitigating that with things like increased security and so forth. So that's why we're seeing budgets increase when it comes to our security costs and so forth. We've been relying heavily on London Police to assist us in addressing some of those security costs security issues in the interim. So it's not to say we're not addressing those security things. It's just is there a better model to be doing that, and potentially a more cost-effective model?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to support this amendment, and I appreciate it being brought forward. I do feel an urgent need for it. I have to admit, I'm frustrated with it being spring of 2027, and then by the time it gets going, it could be later in the year. I'd be supportive of an amendment that can kind of make it go a little faster,
30
but
seconds.
I'll support this one.
Okay, others to the amendments on the floor that Councillor McAllister put forward. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, and I just want to say thank you to the councillor for bringing this forward. I really am supportive of what's here. I think that this is a good approach for the conversation. I look forward to receiving the report back with this in it.
Okay, others to Councillor McAllister's amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
Very briefly, I'm not going to support the amendment, even though I think there's some really good thoughts in the amendment, and I think the councillor really did a good job articulating some of the things that need to be looked at. The reason why I can't support this as an amendment is I think the motion that includes the feasibility study is so fundamentally flawed that we can't fix it with these remedial amendments, as valid as they are. I would rather see what's in this amendment be resubmitted for many of the reasons that Councillor Stevenson agreed with as a standalone. But I think tying it in with something that I think is already fundamentally flawed and not viable is just trying to fix something that can't be fixed. So in fairness, I mean, it would be easy for me to vote for the amendment and then vote everything down at the end. I'm just going to say, I think that the underlying motion here is not fixable. So I'm not going to be supporting these amendments as much as I appreciate the thoughts behind them. And I wanted to explain that. Thank you.
Other speakers to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open the amendment for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Just give me 1 sec. Okay, so now we're just going to get a mover for the as amended motion. So Councillor Rahman still willing to, Councillor McAllister willing to second. So that's on the floor. I'm going to go back to a speakers list that I had. Councillor Rahman, you were next.
Thank you, and through you, I'd like to put forward the amendment that I submitted in the added agenda, and I'm happy to read it. That the motion be amended by replacing the word establishing a City of London Special Constable Program with implementing a permanent City of London Special Constable Program. And amending clauses C and D. C would now read legislative and regulatory requirements, including any required approvals, and the legislative authority respecting the enforcement of traffic-related offenses, including within school zones. D, estimated capital and operating costs, funding options, including the potential use of revenue generated through the city's automated speed enforcement program, opportunities for external funding, and the financial feasibility of implementing a permanent program.
Okay, there's a seconder for that, Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, so that is an e-scribe. We'll make sure that you can see that. If you refresh, you should be able to. That's moved and seconded on the floor. We'll now debate this amendment. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. So this amendment is the same amendment that I brought forward at committee, which failed on a 3-3 tie. With respect to the report, I'm looking to receive a report back on a permanent program versus a pilot program. And the reason for that is I believe it's a really important distinction as we're having this conversation. A permanent model helps us to create a comprehensive assessment of those ongoing costs, those capital expenditures that we have to consider. It looks at some stable funding strategies. It also, for anybody that's looking to work within a program like this, it gives them some understanding of the timeline for this position, and it also gives them some sense of permanency, which I think is also really important, especially when we're trying something as we're saying as vital as this. It also gives us a chance to look at other cost savings measures across corporation, external funding opportunities, and ways for us to pivot from existing strategies earlier maybe than we would if we were just doing a pilot. With respect to looking at traffic enforcement, and especially in school zones, this is something I hear about from residents during the school year and anytime it seems. Very, very often. This is a very big issue in my ward. This is something where I have had numerous requests for whether it's bylaw or it's police, and we know how extended those services are, but also how limited some of those abilities in that role. So just to give you some examples, you know, in school zones, when we have stopped car violations, which I've seen, I've witnessed, I've stood on the street and watched a lot of them myself at the request of neighbors and residents in the area. The actions that we can take in the moment are very limited. And so I would like to understand better if there's a way that special constables can play a role. I think a lot of that role could be education as well, and just having presence there would be very, very good, and rolling that presence around the city. I know I'm not the only councillor who has these types of concerns in their ward, I think would be helpful. So I'm trying to get a sense of that, the scope of what could be done, and I think that that's what a report back could do. The other thing is, as we know, when we lost our automated speed enforcement cameras within the school zones, you know, some dollars were set aside, that those dollars are earmarked for enforcement. I want to see whether or not it's possible to use some of those dollars to help to offset some of those expenditures that we have with starting a new program that has capital costs, but also helps to alleviate some of those concerns that we've heard from residents in the community after these automated devices came out of the school zones.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, through the mayor, and appreciate the council bringing this forward. I came to committee and kind of listened to the debate, and I think this is, again, what the purpose of this is. I think councillors can look at it, make additions where they see fit. I personally think that this will actually lead to more efficient service. When we look at it, I mean, I feel bad sending bylaw out when I know bylaw has other things they could potentially do. There's some resource reallocation we can do with it. There's gaps in terms of the service we provide, and then also being able to tap into funding, which has now become available, to again, find those cost efficiencies. So I think this was the purpose of the exercise. We're looking at options, putting more options on the table. I'm sure the team will take that. Again, adding this in to bring back a report which will provide us with options with it, the role special constables could play in the city. So appreciate the council bringing this forward. I also think it's a good addition. Thank you.
Other speakers? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lewis and then Councillor Purple.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'm going to say I agree with everything that Councillor Rahman and Councillor McAllister just said about this. You know, for me, I've heard a lot of narrative that, oh, this is going to be on top of the $2+ million that we spend on private security guards too. For me, Councillor Rahman's motion actually provides staff an option forward where instead of looking at just a pilot, we can look at a permanent implementation and start moving away from that and start moving to special constables for some of the security issues that we have in some of our public facilities. You know, I spoke at committee about the community centers. And quite frankly, and I don't say this with any disrespect to them, they're doing the job that they have to do within the parameters they have. But when we have security guards who sit at a table and can only document an incident and not do anything to de-escalate or intervene in a way that allows them to fine or enforce a trespass order, I actually don't think we're getting good value for our dollar. And I don't think our boards and commissions are either. I know we're not talking about these for our boards and commissions at this point, although perhaps it might be something in the future that is looked at a future council. But I want staff to actually be able to come back to us and say, here's how we transition from these contracts with private security companies into special constables who can actually enforce things like trespass, things that are in our bylaws as well, and support our bylaw team where perhaps they might otherwise have to wait for police. With respect to the traffic piece, I am very interested in the school zones. As folks know, I was a very loud opponent to removing the automated speed enforcement. I think that was a mistake on the province's part, but as we move forward, that tool is gone. So I think this offers a different tool for enforcement. But beyond just the school zones, I don't know how many, and I suspect she wouldn't know the number off the top of her head, but I don't know how many times Ms. Scher might have projects delayed because we can't get paid duty officers to manage traffic at a signalized intersection for a period of time, whether it's days or weeks. I know that can be a problem because the Highway Traffic Act requires us to have a uniformed police officer to manage those signalized traffic intersections when those lights are offline because of construction. I will pause there. Through you, Chair, if Ms. Scher has any sort of comment, I would welcome it, but I didn't ask her ahead of time, so I'm kind of putting her on the spot.
Go ahead.
Oh, and I have to turn off my mic so she can talk.
Indeed. Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Certainly, we have had challenges acquiring paid duty officers at times for those signal activation projects. That has either resulted in delay or requires us to do night work at significant cost to us. I don't have the number how many they are. I would not suggest that they are, this is a weekly or monthly or even bi-monthly thing, but there are a couple of major locations every season that cause us grief.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm mindful of the fact that, just on Sunday, the majority of us participated in London's 30th Annual Pride Parade. We had to close multiple intersections along the parade route, and that required paid duty officers. Special constables can supplement that and reduce the need for paid duty officers there too. Other cities do use that model. So I want staff to be able to look at the cost-saving measures that they can find by not relying on paid duty officers, by not relying on private security, but by instead having an in-house special constabulary that can do some of this work for us. And the other benefit is it is directed by the priorities of the municipality. And if we have a range of things that they can do, there might be months where partnering with CIR is the highest priority. And that's where they're being directed by civic administration to focus their effort. But if they also have the ability, through an agreement with the Police Services Board, to do signalized intersection management or school zone traffic enforcement, there may be other periods, thinking particularly at the start of the school year, which is always a problem, where they're directed to spend a week or 2 weeks in school zones doing enforcement. That is a flexibility that we do not have with our London Police Service because they're directed by the chief. And it's a flexibility that we do not have with private security because they can't do the job. So I am very supportive of this motion by Councillor Rahman. I thank her for putting in the work on it, and I hope colleagues will fully support it.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, and I will also be supporting what's in front of us. I supported it already last week during our standing committee meeting. I want to state that I'm very much, I want to see the staff coming back with permanent program. The pilots have totally different costing than permanent programs. And you are not maximizing the opportunities in terms of potential other savings from other areas. So very much support of it. And I hope my colleagues will support this as well. Thank you.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thanks. So, I'm usually out talking to a lot of people. I don't usually post it or say it out loud, but especially in the most recent time, I've been speaking with even more. And the main thing that I'm getting a lot is a perception of the disconnect with some motions in council, all with all due respect, to some of the issues with the city. And we had a good recommendation coming from the mayor's office, good work done by staff. But now, we have all these extra little things added to this motion that, in my opinion, is just making it a wash. Like, I'm confused on the traffic part, because we have a London Police Service whose main focus includes traffic safety. And now we're speaking about having our own special constable force to be involved with traffic concerns. And I wonder why that is. There's a duplication of service right there. Have we spoke to the London Police Services Board to discuss this, to get a recommendation on how they would see that? It's just kind of pulling apart from the main focus that we were speaking about with the original work that came from staff. We also have another motion that just passed about a mixed-use CIR complement. I would ask, how do those two reconcile? Does that mean we need more special constables in the end? Is that going to be the recommendation coming back? I'm confused, because now we're just really expanding and broadening what we want to have in that report. I think we should have left it up to staff to bring back what they would see is applicable for a special constable team. And we've added all these little things here, and I'm just wondering about the redundancy on the traffic side. And I'm wondering if we really want, more enforcement and police around children in schools. I honestly think that we're being a little reactive, and I think the discussion really should be about how do we manage our traffic? How do we manage our public transportation? This is a very car-centric approach. This is I'm just not surprised by it, but I think this is the wrong way to go. I think we should be looking upstream of why these issues are around schools, and I agree, I would like to see more safety around schools, but I think more special constables is the answer, or special constables? No. I think we should be managing our traffic a little bit better. I think we should be managing the way we approve applications and how much traffic is going to come out of those and how much traffic is going to be on the street. I think that we are missing some of the points that we should really be focusing on here. I also question about the permanent nature. I heard previously in this debate that one doesn't even know what special constables are really supposed to do. And if that's the case, why are we talking about a permanent model now? I think we should get that report back from staff. I think we should make it a pilot. I think we should keep it with what we saw originally, and see really what the roles and the duties are, rather than just make it permanent, even though we don't know what special constables are really supposed to do. I'm very confused on everything that has come through here, and has been discussed here. And the first thing that comes to my mind, just like from how I started it, is that disconnect that people are telling me, that I'm hearing again and again, way more than I'd like to hear. I see it, and I'm just wondering if we have maybe missed the mark here. Like I said at committee, I still stand by what I said at committee. I think that if we are going to be doing something like this, especially if it's going to have a traffic component and some of these other components, we should be looking into where we can direct the London Police. We can't direct their operations, but we can direct their funding. Maybe we should be looking at using some of that funding, especially considering we have some real redundancies that are very obvious to me right here. I think we should be speaking like that. I don't really hear that. We have other funding sources, and I'm just wondering, what is the intent? What is the direction? And I'm confused. So, like I said, these extra amendments, I think some not required, some shouldn't be here, redundancies here, and we're just kind of really expanding this report to be something that it's not. And
30 seconds.
And I'm wondering, I don't know how I'm going to explain this to my residents, to my constituents. I'm going to explain that it didn't make sense to me, and I'm going to explain to them that because of that, because of what we've done here today, I'm not going to be supporting it, just like I said at committee. So.
Councillor Hopkins, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And first of all, I want to thank the councillor. She's always coming up with a different aspect, a different way of looking at funding and being very creative. I share your concerns about safety on our roads in our neighborhoods. It's a big concern that I have in my ward as well. I want to speak to the automated speed camera funding program. It's not much money there. That money is going to have to be spent before March 2028. My concerns around the permanency of this program, the costs. Sure, we can find some savings here and there, but this is going to be permanent. The taxpayer is going to bear the responsibility of this permanent program. I don't think 11 is going to be enough as well. If we're going to start expanding this program, when I read the consultant's report, I was looking at homelessness, dealing with homelessness. And as we expand it, I'm not sure if we have availability of funding available to us. Sure, here and there, a little bit of this and a little bit of that will add to it. But I do think the taxpayer will shoulder the burden of a permanent program. But I think, thank you for the conversation.
Okay, I have myself next. I'll turn over the chair to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
And I will take the chair and recognize Mayor Morgan.
Sure, I'm going to make a couple comments on the amendment. I'm going to ask a question of our staff. First, I want to say through the chair respectfully, we don't know what the financial cost or burden will be. That's part of the analysis that would come forward. With the motion before us, and I just want to be clear, the way the motion is constructed, Councillor Rahman is adding a couple of pieces to it. Through you to Mr. Ladouceur, if you go out and do the analysis on any one of the things that maybe councillors are talking about is the potential of a special constables program, or even things that maybe I wrote in a letter, which I don't think people should get hung up on. But if you see in the analysis that something does not make sense, just because we put it in a motion to look into it, you're not going to necessarily just recommend it because there was a council motion to say, go figure out speed enforcement in school zones. When you do the analysis and do the staff report, would you be coming back and just giving us the best possible advice, even if one of those items are not included, based on the work that we would do?
Mr. Ladouceur.
Sorry, through the chair, absolutely. The analysis would be completed with the recommendations. So we would look at what's viable, keeping in mind that would also be conducted with consultation with the London Police and London Police Services Board to determine what authorities would be granted and so forth. So we would certainly dive deep into it with recommendations of how they would best be suited and where they would be most beneficial. If there are areas that they wouldn't be ideally suited, that would be advised as well.
Mayor Morgan.
Yeah, so I'll support Councillor Rahman's amendment, much like I supported Councillor McAllister's amendment, because I think in the process we're in, we are having staff look into components that we're interested in getting information back. That information may be, we looked into this, this is not feasible, these are the reasons why. But then the councillors can answer questions to say, this is why this piece was not feasible, that's why we didn't move forward with it. We might not move forward with significant components of what's even being studied here because there is a whole engagement with the London Police Services Board and the Chief of Police to say, what authorities do you even want to be willing to grant special constables? There may be an unwillingness to say, hey, we don't even want you enforcing this act at all, but the Trespass Act is no problem. Because of those pieces and that engagement that would be necessary to produce the staff report, we're only speculating, and I'm guilty of this too, we're only speculating on what this would look like. The core of the motion before us is not about spending money today. It's not about implementing a special constables today. It's not even about implementing a permanent special constables today. That piece of the motion is simply, if you're going to bring back a report, skip the pilot. Let's just have a report on whether or not we go right to it so that we can actually realize some of the cost savings immediately, which I know is a concern that some people have emphasized. So I'll support the amendment. I'm open to other amendments councillors might have on the report back, but I would be clear to colleagues that just because we're putting these things in there doesn't mean that's where it's going to land. It's going to land where our staff recommend based on all of the work they're going to do, and we may even adjust it through public debate and discussion at that point moving forward. It may even be one of those reports where staff brings forward a couple of options based on the things that we've done because there may be different models we could go with. So I'm for the process that councilors are engaging in now. I think this makes a lot of sense. I appreciate people who have brought forward a couple of ideas, and I'm going to continue to support them. And that doesn't preclude us from making adjustments in the future at the point of a staff report. And I appreciate that the councilors who have some urgency to this, I have some urgency too. I would like to see us move forward as quick as possible, but I do think we have to give staff time to do the proper diligence and the work that be done to have a robust report that can be vigorously debated and assessed by members of the public and others outside of the Horseshoe or the corporation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will return the chair to you. I haven't had anyone add themselves to the speakers list while you were speaking.
Okay, so on Councillor Rahman's amendment, any other speakers? Councillor Trosap.
Well, I'm not going to be supporting this amendment for many of the same reasons as I wasn't supporting the last one. Although this one's easier. Now we're going from a pilot to looking at it permanently, and we're throwing in the whole area of traffic enforcement. Started out looking at I think the word that was used, the operative word that was used was disorder, arising in downtown and the core from homelessness and drug-related issues. Now we're looking at traffic enforcement in the suburbs. That's going to be stretching 11 people really, really far. And again, I have made it very clear throughout my council term that I want more traffic enforcement. I think the people in traffic enforcement would be able to attest to that. I really want more traffic enforcement. But I have to say, unless we have the police department themselves, and particularly the traffic officers who work in the police department, coming in here telling us, you know, it'd really be nice if we could get some special constables to help us with traffic enforcement. Because I don't hear them saying that. And I think one of the flaws here is that this is just, I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know where it's coming from. And actually, if you look in the feasibility study, all the way sort of buried at the end, very, very briefly, it does acknowledge that the special constable, the administration of the special constable program would be at the direction of the police board. So to think that we're going to get any more flexibility in terms of how we're going to tell the police to spend their money, I don't think it adds up. Now, I want to say a little bit more about why I think just even mentioning traffic enforcement in here is a bad idea, despite the fact that I want more money spent on traffic enforcement. Having taken a ride along with the police, specifically on the traffic enforcement issue, I feel very strongly that there's a tendency for people to say, well, you can be in traffic enforcement for a while, and then you can move out into something else. My position on this, having watched the traffic enforcement officers, is that is a very, very talented and particular specialty, far from, well, you'll be doing traffic. Maybe we can get some assistance to help with traffic, or maybe we can get special constables. I think it's disrespectful of the work that's being done by the officers in the traffic division. A lot of discretion, a lot of very special public relations skills are needed on the spot when you're in that car talking to somebody about whether you're going to give them a ticket after you've pulled them over. So for this to now be expanded out to we're going to look at traffic enforcement, I think is just, we are just grasping it. In all due respect, my opinion is we're all over the place with this, and it's not focused. And there are a couple of very good individual ideas here that could be followed up. We're going to get this money from the province about the traffic lights. How should we spend that? These are all things that we should be looking at, but as separate studies, not thrown into this big mix of the special constables program. So again, I'm not going to support this amendment. I think that there are some great ideas in this amendment. Making it permanent without going through a pilot program is not one of them, but there are some other things in here we should be looking at. but not under the auspices of an amendment to the Special Constables program. So I'm still a very hard no on that, and I'm not going to be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Plaza.
Sorry. Thank you. Just technology slow today. I'll reserve my main comments for the main motion as amended as we get back to all these things, strictly on Councillor Rahman's motion that's on the floor. Question through you to staff for clarification. I appreciate potentially some economies of scale if things are permanent versus a pilot. The way it reads, just looking for confirmation, will staff bring back both or highlight things if it was a permanent program, the cost savings we could see? Potentially.
Mr. Ladouceur.
Through your worship, that certainly could be done at the will of council, for sure. Both models could be brought back.
Councillor Plaza, go ahead.
Follow up to you, through you, back to staff. I know he sat down, but could that be done? I know there's more motions to come, and this is probably still long from being done. Of if staff could just write it as they go through, that they could just asterisk or highlight things in a chart or whatnot, versus I just don't want to have to do more motions than we need to tonight.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yeah, as mentioned, that could be done. It could be delivered in a way that what the benefits would be to both models, and providing some recommendation along with that as well.
Councillor Plaza.
Thank you. I appreciate that, as I know staff will be going through the data and looking at it, that they could just highlight both for us for the transparency of the data of how we got to decision points. So I'm fine supporting that, knowing that it's going to contain what a pilot would encompass versus just permanent implementation. I'm sure we all have the same school zone issues going on, traffic calming, crossing guards, speed cushions doesn't do enough, and bylaw does great, but they need to be out there, and they're also in short supply. As we talk about exploring what could be done potentially through traffic enforcement, we normally think about just traffic enforcement as vehicles on the roads. Having this being a recent discussion at committee and council, and it's a hot topic for some in White Oaks, would e-scooters also be part of the potential traffic enforcement that we'd be looking at? Through you to staff.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, that would have to be explored further because both there's regulations both under the highway traffic and through local bylaws as well. So that would be explored.
Councillor Plaza.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight that one. I know it's been a discussion everywhere. That's all my questions, and they've been answered. Thank you. Happy to support this motion.
Other speakers to the amendment?
Chair, point of order.
Point of order, go ahead.
Thank you. On the councillor's last questions, I don't think that's actually the structure of the amendment that's in front of us. The structure of the amendment is asking for a permanent program. It's not asking for a comparative analysis between a pilot and a permanent. And I think that if that's how it's interpreted, I just want to clarify that.
Just give me 1 sec. I think, and I'm going to let Mr. Ladouceur expand on this. I think Councillor Rahman's amendment is like, this is what we want you to go and do. I heard what Mr. Ladouceur said in response to Councillor Ploza's question. I don't think this is what we want you to do and bring back the structure of a permanent program would necessarily preclude. We see appendixes all the time to reports. We see other pieces that say, here's the other options that, you know, we considered or would have been possible paths. I just don't know. I can't. I mean, staff will have the direction, and they don't have a direction not to do certain things, so they will have the flexibility to add pieces in if they want. B still exists. And B still exists, potential implementation models, timelines, and structures. So I understand both councillors' points. Mr. Ladouceur, you might want to provide some clarification because I think both can be true, but I think also I don't want to create any confusion with the public on this either. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We read and appreciate the changes being requested to C and D. B still says, and if I can just check my e-scribe, potential implementation models, timelines, governance structures, and operational considerations. I think it behooves us as staff to bring back all the information that staff wants. And to be frank, that might include time limited, whether that's piloted or not, but it would include what we could do, what we might be able to afford, and what the other sources of funding would be, whether they're reprofiled funding or other funding. So I think B allows us to look at both a permanent and other types of models if council is interested in that discussion.
Councillor Rahman, that was a point of order, but that's the. I guess that's all the information that I can give.
Thank you, through you. So I did work with staff on the language on this. My point is to implement and not come back with a pilot. And so I think that's what the decision point is, and that's what I'm trying to get clarification on.
She's at. So I have to have our staff clarify this. I'm not going to be able to because you're operationalizing it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we want to be clear about that the motion be amended by replacing the words establishing with implementing. So the intention, as I understand it, coming forward, is that we would come back with how we were going to implement a permanent program. I just want to be sure that we understand that is what is being asked for. And I'm sorry to ask a question, but I think we need to be all on the same page as it relates to this.
Yes, and it's a report back, so the decision would not be made before then, but you would be bringing back an implementation plan under that piece, yeah. Although council would still need to authorize the implementation, and the details of the implementation plan would be subject to the report and the engagements and the work with the LPS. So, okay, Councillor, good.
Thank you. That clarifies the intent, and that's what's intended. I want to just make sure that that's understood by everyone.
I think I'm still with Councillor Ploza as the speaker because there was a kind of point of order. So go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for C and D to be called separate then, just as the conversation continues, if that's possible, on Councillor Rahman's amendments before us. I felt more comfortable having the data separate for permanent versus pilot, realizing this comes back the next term of council, and I would like to get time to speak to residents at the doors in the neighborhoods to get their feedback on this, knowing it's going to be mixed, especially if special constables are in school zones, and we have some very diverse neighborhoods in our community. So still listening to the conversation, but just call them separate, please.
So can C and D still be together, or you want them both one and one?
If we can call C first and then D.
Sure, we'll do them
Thank you.
all separate. So, Counselor, I just need one final clarification. On the amendment, you want C and D called separately, but...
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Great. That's what I wanted to clarify. Okay, perfect. We will do that. Other speakers to the amendment who have not spoken yet? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, I supported the other amendment because it was CIR, which is something we already do. I'm really uncomfortable, and I'm very aware of the fact that we're doing this on the council floor. When it talks about enforcement of traffic-related offenses, through you to staff, can I know what those are that we would be looking at here?
Mr. Ladouceur.
Through your worship, yes. If we're looking at traffic-related enforcement, I want to be really clear. First of all, any traffic-related enforcement would have to be authorized through the London Police Services Board through an appointment process. So when it comes to specific traffic of vehicle stops, that is left entirely to the police. When we talk about enforcement in school zones, I see that more as a measured approach of education, presence, parked vehicle or stationary vehicle enforcement, but not moving vehicle violations.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and through you, for the latter portion that you just described, is a special constable required?
Go ahead.
Through you, your worship, it would be an add-on for certainty in school zones to add a stronger presence in those areas. Again, this is part pre-analysis of what the benefits of that may look like, or if there's benefit at all to that approach.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and through you, when we talk about a stronger presence, we're also talking about softening the uniforms to like gray and purple or something. I saw that. So is that going to be confusing if we're doing highway traffic offenses with something that doesn't look like a police?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, again, to be clear, the consultant's view of softening the uniform or the presence, that's part of the consultant's report. Again, we would be reporting back on that. When we talk about the color schematics for special constables, that comes as part of the Ontario regulations. So that is legislated, and that's likely why you're hearing, I believe it's purple. I think there was a tendency to be moving that way for special constables across the province.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, when we talk about the color change for special constables, is that within the police service as well, or are these special constables that are not part of the police service?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, it's part of the legislation. I don't know at what stage it's at. The consultants came back with that because they had viewed that as part of the legislative process, is my understanding. So whether we're seeing police services go to that color, I can't speak for the police, but I believe it was discussed as part of the legislation.
Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank you. So I just find myself in an uncomfortable spot here because we've got a motion here that says looking at enforcement of traffic-related offenses, including within school zones. So I'd like to know how staff interpret that. What other enforcement of traffic-related offenses would be looking at outside of school zones.
Go ahead.
Through your worship again, you know, I don't want to speak for the consultant's report, and just to be clear, there are things within the consultant's report that I may or staff may agree with. There are things within that report that they may disagree with or may find non-viable. As far as school zone versus non-school zones, that would be part of the report back, looking at an analysis to see is there benefit to it and what other areas. When we talk about violations, the majority of those would be non-moving violations. And when we talk about the traffic management piece, much of that would be more related to traffic flow management, much like Toronto does with their municipal special constables for, you know, construction zones, intersections, parades, things like that.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Again, as I express my discomfort about the situation that we're in, where we're talking about this, do we have the police available to answer questions?
Go ahead, Mr. Ladouceur. I don't know if you know the answer to that or not. Go ahead.
Through your worship, I can't answer that. They're not, certainly not here today. They were consulted as part of the study, but as far as what their position is on it, that would be part of the report back.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
So my discomfort is that I'm being asked to vote on something that asks us to look into the legislative and regulatory requirements, including any required approvals and the legislative authority respecting the enforcement of traffic-related offenses, including within school zones. And while I appreciate my colleague for bringing this forward, we all are concerned about traffic in school zones. I'm sitting here with my municipal council hat on, being asked to make a vote around enforcement of traffic-related offenses, and I am concerned that this is going to be problematic within the police service, within the police association. Does it go against the union agreement? Like, I literally can't vote yes to this when I don't know if this is going to potentially upset the LPA or other unions around this. So while I want to, this is why I would have supported the referral, because we're at council. I can't undo this vote. Police are not available to answer the questions, and I'm reading about traffic-related offenses, which to me does not fall under my municipal council hat. So I guess I'm going to ask through you to staff, are we as councillors at risk at all in any way to voting yes to this?
So I can ask our staff answer that. I would just point to the motion that is asking for information, including related to any approvals. The information may come back and say, these things are possible, these things are not under the legislation. We're not approving doing any of those things at this point. So, but I'll let our staff comment if they have any comments on risk.
Through your worship, yes, we would be in consultation with the London Police Services Board as well. So any decision to make any type of enforcement abilities, that would have to be authorized through the Police Services Board. Those would be part of the consultation process, bringing it back in the form of a report. So I can't specifically say that that would be a recommendation. London Police may not agree that that should be a recommendation. And that will drive the report back to council as well with what the recommendations are and what special constables should be or shouldn't be permitted to do. So part of that would be a legislative analysis, but also looking at what legislative authority is given to special constables through the London Police Services Board.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
But again, this is my issue. We're having an open public discussion where we're talking about putting a public vote and having that being out in the realm of public discussion until next spring when a report comes back. And people are going to make this mean all kinds of different things, and there's going to be no clarity to the public. So while I'm very excited about finding a way to put that money in the city's automated speed enforcement program to work and giving people what they absolutely want, which is enhanced traffic safety in school zones, I am not going to vote yes to this and put myself in a position where I have caused problems for contract negotiations or with police service members or with the public in general who are asking me why I voted on something when I didn't know whether it was legislatively possible or within my purview as a councillor.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers on the amendment. I will remind colleagues, we have Mr. Ladouceur for another 9 minutes. He is literally going to walk out of the room at 4:30, though. He has that commitment that he has to attend. So I'll see if there's any other speakers on the amendment. Okay, then this is on Councillor Rahman's amendment. We'll open that for voting. Sorry, we're on C. We're just doing C first with the first part of the introduction, and then we'll do D second. So this is just on the C part and with the intro piece.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 10-5.
Okay, and now on D. We'll open that for voting.
Councillor Trosso. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 10-5.
Okay, and now, Councillor Rahman, you're willing to move the as amended motion?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought, because there were 3 parts to that motion. There was C and D, but there was also the main part about switching it from.
Yeah, that's why I said that intro piece was attached to C. So that part was attached to C.
Okay, then I voted appropriately anyway.
Perfect. We figured that was the best spot to put them, given people's comments. Okay, the as amended motion, you're willing to move. Deputy Mayor Lewis indicated he's willing to second. We will go back to debate on that. I'll look for speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move a motion to refer C and D to the August Community and Protective Services meeting, just so that we can get clarity around that and that the public isn't speculating for the next 6 months or 8 months. It's the ones that we just passed.
So we just need a little bit more information on the rationale for the referral of those 2 pieces. It should be helpful for the instructions to the committee.
It's to seek clarity regarding whether this is prudent.
Okay, is there a seconder for the referral? Councillor Trosa is willing to second. Okay, so this is on the referral.
So, Your Worship, now I'm going to call a point of order.
Okay. Go ahead.
I believe that this motion is contrary to a vote the council has already had on this motion right at the beginning when we defeated a referral. Trying to now parse out amendments that were just passed as another referral is contrary to the will of council. It's contrary to the last 3 votes we've had, and I think that it is out of order to allow another referral on this matter.
Okay, so I appreciate letting me take a little bit of time with that. I assume I'm going to get challenged on this either way, so I just want to be very clear about some rationale for decision. So the point of order is that you can't refer C and D. We voted on a referral of the entire thing, and thus C and D referring them again is counter to the motion that we just did. So the question I had to confer with the clerks on is, although C and D are different, first off, is substantially different to the point where it negates a whole new piece, and does removing C and D fundamentally change the ability of council to take overall direction on the whole piece, which they've said no to referring. So I'm going to say, on this one, although I think last time I went against you, I actually agree with the deputy mayor on this, but in consultation with the clerks, and I will say the referral is not in order because we've already referred it, and this would essentially fundamentally change our ability to move forward with this, and we've already voted on the referral. So that can be challenged, but I'm going to say the referral motion is not valid. And again, you can challenge the chair on that, but I think the deputy mayor makes a good point of order. I appreciate the advice from the clerks on this, but that's the call I'm going to make. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Does it matter that the referral was to council and my referral is to committee?
No, it's still a referral, and this is still council attempting to make a decision and having made a decision on a referral already. So I'm gonna decide this way. Again, you have the right to challenge it, and we can put it to a vote of council, in which case we could proceed with the referral. But I think I have to make a decision on this based on the advice I got, so that we can proceed with the decision making on this.
Thank you. I'll take that. I'm not going to challenge the chair, but I am trying to find a pathway forward. So I'm wondering about an amendment to C that asks for a report back to the August CAPS meeting with feedback from the London Police Service. That way, if we get the all clear, we can all breathe easy.
So I want to understand your intent, Counselor. So if your intent is to get early information on some of the legislative and regulatory requirements, that wouldn't be necessarily an amendment to C. It would be the addition of a new piece to ask for an interim report back on that piece from staff at some point. Like, I don't know if that's your intent, but yeah.
Really, my intent is not even to see stuff early, but just to have an opportunity to get the input from London Police that isn't available tonight, that if there's something we need to know and we can course correct in August, we can do that, and otherwise we'll know that we're okay.
Okay, so the intent is to do a check-in with the London Police Service on the legislative and regulatory requirements to see if there's any, is the intent to see if there's any areas that they have no interest in granting authority under? Like, is that the purpose? Or like, I don't understand the no-go or course correct piece, or?
Okay, so my thing is we're stepping into an area that has not been under the purview of council in terms of traffic. So if we were going to hire bus drivers for the LTC under a different category, I would just want to know we weren't causing problems with union negotiations or anything like that. I mean, we can just wait and see if any trouble comes out of this, but I just thought it might be respectful to just put it in and say that we're aware of the fact we haven't checked.
Okay, so I'm going to read a motion, but I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to get it to a place. So the motion be amended to add a new part as follows. The civic administration be directed to consult with the London Police Service and report back, if necessary, to the next Community and Protective Services Committee on legislative authority and regulatory requirements related to Clause C.
And would that include any union contract issues?
Well, I'm not sure what the police.
I'm just wondering what you read, regulatory, all that. Would staff understand that to be maybe contractual as well?
Well, we're referring to Clause C. It doesn't say those things in it. It says legislative and regulatory requirements, but I would imagine that the police services could provide those comments anyways, if staff were engaging with them on this. I don't think that's union contract negotiations aren't specific in here, but it's like legislative and regulatory. It's basically C, what's in C.
You know what, maybe it's gonna be a long night anyway, I'm just gonna withdraw the amendment. If we're stepping in it here today, we're gonna find out. So maybe we'll just do it that way. If that's okay, am I able to withdraw it? I didn't even have a seconder yet.
Yeah, you don't have a seconder, so you can withdraw.
Yeah, I don't wanna drag it out. I mean, the motion passed. I'm not aware that this is gonna be problematic, but I do think that the uncertainty that this has created and the vagueness of what we're putting forward is going to potentially breed all kinds of conversations between now and what we're hearing is next spring. I'm uncomfortable with that. And especially when we're stepping into the enforcement of traffic offenses. So I'm gonna ask through you to staff, because we're now on the main amended motion, right? Through you to staff, do we need another amendment to have you look at transit, special constables, or is that a given?
Mr. Ladouceur.
Through the chair, we would look at all opportunities and provide feedback and recommendations on all viable opportunities that special constables could be potentially used for, keeping in mind costs associated and what the legislative requirements would be and the authorizations through the London Police Services Board. Essentially, we'd look at the broad scope of abilities that special constables could provide throughout the city with specific recommendations of where they would best be suited, keeping in mind that special constables, and we talked a lot about different areas and realizing that this is only 11 special constables. The idea is providing a basis where they could provide support in various areas. And I'll give an example for encampments, for example, with CIR. We utilize, London Police Services to go into some of the encampments now for safety reasons. I would suspect that special constables would be able to assist CIR, but that may not be required all day long. So they may have another opportunity to be viable in other parts of the city, providing other services as well, thereby providing efficiencies and potentially cost savings.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So through you, it's not in the motion, but it's in the mayor's letter about 11 officers and a $2 million or approximately $2 million. Is that implied in the motion then that you're working within 11 constables in that budget, or is it going to be more broad?
So you can answer that, but let me be clear, because lots of us write letters and lots of us provide introductions to motions. All of the letters and all the introductions, they can provide context for why the motion is being brought forward. But the thing that council passes is the thing that you see before the screen tonight. They can receive a communication, but the pieces of those communications are not necessarily binding on staff. I'll let Mr. Ladouceur comment about where the 11 comes from, but I just want to be clear as a general practice. There's a lot of us who write intros to letters, but it's the effective clauses that council is actually passing as a group, not authorizing every word of every letter that's written that accompanies those. Mr. Ladouceur.
Through your worship, that's correct. So we would look at what the best approach would be for the city. The 11 special constables came through the study. Again, looking at that as that's a first phase. It is a consultant's report. I've seen many consultant reports that I disagree with and some that I agree with. So I think it would be, the report back would be the recommendations based on what the needs are for the City of London and what the viability would be based on cost analysis and so forth.
Thank you. That's why I was surprised to hear the mention of the 11. So who is it that's going to set the limits on what could possibly be brought back to council in terms of the number or the amount? Like how are you going to be guided, given the challenges, the broad challenges that we're facing and all of the many things that are in this letter? Who is it that's going to decide what version is going to come to council next spring?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, so myself and my staff would be doing that analysis and report back with recommendations to council, realizing, and I'm acutely aware to the fact that programs can be expanded as needed if there's benefit to them. But I'm of the belief of it would be a realistic approach with what gaps could be filled based on, finance and the legislative authorities given by the Police Services Board.
Thank you. I'm just full of questions on this. In terms of, can you just give us some examples of what a special constable would be able to do rather than a paid security person at one of our rec centers?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, we could be here quite a while. I can tell you that there's numerous examples of where special constables could be used, everything from patrol and response of our public centers, recreational facilities, looking to support CIR in encampments, doing some traffic control as well, patrolling of parks and playgrounds. There are numerous functions that are available to them. Different communities use them in different capacities, and it would be looking at where we're seeing gaps, where we would see benefit, both from a safety and security benefit as well as a cost benefit.
And I know you said we could be here for a while. You have somewhere to go. You need to leave when you need to leave, and because I don't want you to be late for your item.
Yeah, sorry. But my question was, what can a special constable do that a paid security contractor can't do? So like, what's the value add here over what we have already? And then there's the piece that the police would still have to respond, right? There's that spectrum.
Go ahead.
So through your worship, again, this would be part of the report back, but to give examples, there's, for example, security guards don't have the legislative authority for trespassing. So if someone is in a recreational facility and is causing issues and refusing to leave, right now their process is to ask them politely to leave, and if that doesn't work, to contact London Police Service. And given the call volume with London Police Service, certainly understandable that would likely not land at the top of the queue. So we've seen many examples where wait times can be extended of no fault of anyone's. It's just obviously the nature of the work. There are safety components as well. So we are expecting our staff to go into sometimes encampments where the special constables have uniquely more specific training and PPE that would provide them safety and security when attending there that security is not legally authorized to be equipped with, nor would have the capacity to deal with. Those are just a couple examples, but there are numerous examples of everything from apprehensions under the Mental Health Act. If they were given that authority, I can tell you that Western Special Constables in certain circumstances do some drug enforcement, do traffic enforcement on Western property and things like that. So there's numerous capabilities and examples of where special constables can do various duties that general security cannot perform. And I think, I've said it before, I think it's easy to get caught up in the name once we say special constable, because it leads to a context that this is, a separate police service or something of that nature. This is providing other duties that security can't perform.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And so are we saying that then we wouldn't need the police for the encampment work?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, I would never say that. There are situations where police will always be required. These are incidents that fall within that fine line where it doesn't require a full police response. And I gave you an example earlier with trespassing, for example. It's not to the level that it requires a full police response, but it's also something that currently can't be dealt with by security, for example. So, violent offenses, violent incidences where there's a serious threat of safety or harm, obviously would still fall within the purview of the London Police Service, and that would obviously continue to be the recommendation and continue. So when we talk about encampments, for example, yes, there may be a case where someone is extremely violent in an encampment where we would be calling for police support and calling on the police. That would not change. But many of the in-between or, lower level incidents where, current staff has difficulty dealing with that could be dealt with by special constables.
Thank you. Last question, and then I'll just make a few comments. Remind me when the report will come back? Because I know there's nothing in the motion, but just remind me when we can expect the report back.
Through your worship, it would be Q1 2027, and although we're acutely aware that may seem quite a distance away, I think it's important to have the time to thoroughly research and provide the information required for council to make an informed decision.
Can I just do a time check?
You're just over 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm in a bit of a quandary on this one, honestly. Obviously, public safety is top of mind for everybody, and we want to utilize, whatever we can as a council to try to address that. I'm just really uncomfortable with supporting something that, as has been said many times, we just don't have any information. It was said we don't even know what special constables do. It just seems like we're putting the cart before the horse here. And so I'll be deciding. I'm honestly not even sure how I'm going to vote on this yet.
30 seconds.
If I need certain parts pulled out, I'll mention that later because I'm going to sit down now.
Okay, other speakers to the main motion. Okay, no other speakers to the main motion, then if someone does want, Councillor Preble, go ahead.
So the chair, to the staff, Q1 2027, I do realize that this report should be going to the multi-year budget potentially. But on the other hand, potentially there could be savings in some other areas, and therefore the funding could be reallocated in terms of the finance part. Then it comes to the operation part. My question is there any opportunity to cut this time frame shorter than Q1 2027, because we are looking Q1 that could be March 31st, which is still very long ahead. Can I please get a feedback in terms of the operation and finance, if there's a potential to move it forward? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship, we recognize that in as much as we're trying to look at what cost savings may come from the implementation of this program, there may also be a requirement for additional resources or different sources of resourcing. We have a multi-year budget that starts for 2028. We still have one more year of your current multi-year budget, which the new council will deliberate on in the early first quarter and through to the beginning of maybe the second quarter. So it'll be a compressed timeframe, and I couldn't say to you today that we would actually have all the information back and council making its deliberations in time for us to include it in the 2027 update. But I hear what you're saying in terms of can we move this quicker? I think there's a lot of work, given the feedback we've received today. There's a lot of interest in ensuring that if we're to do this, we do it correctly.
Councillor Preble.
Thank you for the feedback, and even though I didn't receive any commitment from the staff to be earlier, I hope that every 100% of the effort will be made to make it earlier, because there are some areas that certainly could help our municipality to address the currently very high issues that we need to address. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we've discussed this all afternoon here. I'm going to just start off with what I've learned here this afternoon, and that is that we need to enhance our security. So I do think we need to do that, but I am not convinced that this is the way to do it. And I'm going to speak to the notes that I brought in to this council meeting. And I did support one amendment, but we've really changed the whole conversation here. Maybe for the good, maybe not, but my understanding, and it all started with getting the report from the consultants on special constables and to address the homeless situation in our city. That was more or less what the focus was. And I heard quite clear from the community that I represent that these costs, on top of the costs that we've already passed on to police services, aren't warranted. Not having information even, that's where we started. And I'm very uneasy about spending up to, again, I'm going to stay with the notes that I had coming into this meeting, up to $6 million on special constables. So I really hesitate. There's nothing really here that has convinced me that we should do this. I know we compare ourselves to other cities. I know Toronto was mentioned in the report. They have special constables. Their population is 5 million. I ride the subway in their transit in Toronto all the time. They do a good job. I think when we compare ourselves to Toronto and special constables, it's a completely different conversation as it relates to transit. I know there's good work that Western does with their special constables, but I am not convinced here today, after all that's been said and done, that this is the way forward. I would rather work on enhancing our security, but not convinced that this is the way forward. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Other speakers to the main motion? Okay, I have myself, so I'll turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. I'll take the chair and recognize you.
Yes, I'll be as brief as I can because I know everybody's probably looking to take a break before the other items in the agenda. But what I want to say is I want to thank my colleagues for a good discussion on this matter today, and I think some good amendments and thoughtful engagements forward. But it's unfortunate that things kind of unfolded in the way that they did, and there's probably many reasons for that. But at the core of what we're doing here is getting information about a possible new program and then setting ourselves up for the opportunity to make a decision in the future. And I think part of the challenge we've had is there's a lot of people making a lot of assumptions because special constables could do many things. And so naturally people are going to say, I'd like you to do this and this and this. All we're getting at is, here's the entire suite of what they could do. Here's the things municipal council's interested in getting information on, but ultimately we'll get a report that answers many of the questions that the public have. It's also unfortunate that there is a fair amount of misinformation in the public, even the letters writing in about where we are in the process. Mr. Ladouceur was pretty clear about consultants' reports. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not so good. Sometimes you listen to parts of them, but they form the basis of initial staff research into a matter that can be helpful to moving forward. This part of the process, getting feedback from council, is also pretty important in developing the initial report back that staff will do. But ultimately, at the end of the day, what we have is a different type of option available to the municipality that could serve the community in a different way, in an enhanced way, in a number of different areas that our staff will write a report back. We may agree with all the aspects of that report. We may agree with some of them. We may not like any of it. But we have the opportunity to move forward today on seeing what that looks like. Through the presiding officer to Councillor Hopkins, I think it's unfortunate that the public who's giving feedbacks to you are misinformed about even the cost piece of it. We're not spending new money today. We're not even necessarily spending new money at all. Councillor Rahman's motion is a desire to move towards an implementation plan that skips the costs of a pilot program and sees what it would look like if we went directly to a model that maybe defrayed some of our security costs, which we know is about 2.9 million, and see if we can actually move to a system that might be more efficient. There is a possible scenario, I'm not saying we should commit to that today, where we spend equal or even less on a service with individuals who have enhanced powers to act in ways that our current contracted service can't. I can't commit to that, neither can anyone else. People can't say it's going to cost more or less. that's actually what the report and the work is about. What we do know is that there is an option out there that other municipalities have pursued, whether it's on transit systems, whether it's for traffic management, whether it's for support for community centers or public buildings or civic buildings. We know that there's another model out there that has provided some benefit to those communities and an enhanced benefit. And I think that the step forward to look into that is appropriate. The other thing we know is that the next council will ultimately make this decision. We're setting them up with information, and we can put that in motion now for them to make that decision, and make that decision at a time that gives them some advanced window into their multi-year budget process, should it be something they want to proceed with, and there isn't a cost that needs to be budgeted for. It might be a reallocation of budgets. All this to say, I think it's worth looking into. One of the things that does concern me, although I will wait for the staff report on whether this is something that we can do, is ensuring our public spaces, including our community centers, are safe and have adequate response to the challenges that they face. We have many staff working there. There are many young people working at our community centers, and the public relies on them, whether they're for cooling or heating centers, public activities, community engagements, and having the ability to respond in a different way, or at least looking into the ability to respond in a different way and getting information back to our staff is something that I'm very interested in. Now, I said many things in the letter that I wrote. I said some things in the media. Those are all things that are possible for special constables to do, but I fully recognize that what they will actually do is a function of our staff looking into gaps in the system, taking the input for today from council and producing a report, and ultimately also engaging with those who grant the authority to special constables through the London Police Service, because there may be parts of it that the London Police Service says, no, special constables in London will not be enforcing the Mental Health Act. They will not be enforcing these other acts. They can enforce these things, which is why we can't speculate on what they're going to do yet until we go through the process. So I encourage colleagues to support getting to the next step of the process, and I encourage you to be open in that next step of the process to debating it, analyzing it, making changes, and finding the right path forward for London with this possibility.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just on time at 5 minutes. I'll return the chair to you.
Well, it helps when the clerk points a timer at me. Okay, other speakers who want to speak to this too. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I want to vote on E separately. It's the only piece I'm going to support tonight.
Yes, and I knew, I was actually said yes to letting you speak, even though you already spoke, because I know you were going to ask to separate something. So just E is what you want separate. Okay. Is everybody else? Good, okay. Okay, we're going to structure this as E first, and then everything else together. It's just going to take a moment to actually pull that out from the way it is in eScribe now. Okay, we're going to open E for voting, and we'll do that now.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Okay, and then everything else is now together, and we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-5.
Okay, that matter's been dealt with. I can go back to the committee chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'm looking to see if you want to take a 10-minute break.
I would happy to entertain a motion for a 10-minute break. Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Frank are willing to move it. Can we do? Okay, all those in favor of a 10-minute break? Okay, keep your hands up because not everybody's. And those opposed?
Motion carries.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. We're going to do the motion to go past 6 now, even though it's not close to 6, because we'll just get that out of the way. So I need a mover and a seconder to do that. Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Cuddy. We will open that for voting in the system as soon as it's ready. Okay, it's ready.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-2.
Okay, go.
Councillor Trasso, did you indicate your vote?
I did not vote.
Okay. Okay,
It's still open.
can you please submit that? 13-2.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Rahman, back to you.
Thank you. I'll put item 4, 2.4 on the floor, please.
Okay, that's on the floor. I will look for discussion. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I've got a motion for a referral that's with the clerk and was distributed to council.
Yes, and I think that motion for referral is just for one, it's just for a part of it?
Just for Part C. Am I right?
Yeah. Just give us 1 sec. Okay, I'll look for, you circulated, so I assume people have read it. I'll look for a seconder. Go ahead, Councillor Pribble seconds. Okay, I assume you want to give some context for your referral?
No, I'll hold my comments, but do you need me to read it out, or is it okay? Okay.
No, it's on the screen.
All right, I'll hold my comment.
Okay, I'll look for speakers to the referral. I think everybody's waiting.
If it's helpful, I will give my comment. So, these emergency shelter guidelines have changed quite significantly from 2011. We went from prohibiting illegal substances to mandating that they be allowed to be brought inside our shelters. There's also a few other things that are in there that are raising some concerns. It's one part of a larger motion around the procurement. So maybe through you to staff, I just have a question around, is there any problem with referring this to August just to get some clarity around the changes, why they were made, how they tie into our strategic plan objectives? Is it going to hold up the framework in any procurement framework in any serious way?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, no, there won't be any challenges bringing it to the next meeting. We were hoping to bring this forward with our procurement framework, but if we're delaying it until the next CAPS meeting, we would be fine with that.
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah, it is actually one of our strategic planning objectives is to improve the safety of the shelters. And one of the ways we were going to do that was with these new shelter guidelines. So I think getting a staff report that just highlights what the changes were and why they were made and how they achieve the objectives that council had set out when we did the strategic plan just allows, again, for this so that there's not public disinformation or a lack of understanding or speculation as to why. So I think clear is kind and having that information. Otherwise, we're left explaining to Londoners why shelters are being asked to explicitly be allowed to bring in illegal substances, that they're prevented from confiscating illegal substances. They're requiring substances to be smoked outdoors, and that there's you're not allowed to discharge or serve or do any service restrictions based on substance use on or off the shelter property. So this raises, when I looked at other cities like Hamilton and others, their shelter guidelines are quite different than ours. So I would just love to have a staff report to understand before I make too many comments about what's before us. And so that's my referral, just this one section, which is the 2011 shelter guidelines have been updated to 2026. As I said, some significant changes that potentially leave some misunderstanding in the public as to why they've been done that way. And So that is my referral. I will just ask a couple of questions around this through you to staff. I'll maybe leave it for the main motion. So my referral, as staff have said, it's not going to hold them up, and it gives us an opportunity to be sure we know what it is we're endorsing here, because the current motion says to implement these shelter guidelines, and it was one part of a very large motion of a large and heavy CAPS agenda, and I just want to make sure that we spotlight it the way that it does, especially with it being one of our strategic plan items, and specifically right in there that we know what it is that we're implementing.
Other speakers to the referral? Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Sir Chair, to the staff. The one that I was looking for in terms of comparative analysis, 3 columns, 2011, 2016, third one, strategic plan, and how it ties 2026 into the strategic plan. So if you want to do a full report, great, but for me, much easier, tables, 3 columns, very simple. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers to the referral on just Part C? Councillor Trossau.
I'm very, very interested in getting as much certainty to the public, to the service providers, and to ultimately our clients who are using our services. I want to be assured, I think you've already answered this, but typically I would not consider supporting a referral. But first of all, can you do this by the CAPS meeting in a significant way?
Through your worship, yes, we can. We have already pulled some of this preliminary information. This report was, Shelter Guidelines was actually built off of a briefing note that circulated internally a couple of years ago. And so we have some of this work around why the changes were made and what are some of the differences compared to the existing Shelter Guidelines. So we could bring this forward by the next CAPS meeting.
In your opinion, and you can just not answer this if you don't want to, but in your opinion, will this referral to the CAPS meeting, along with the additional information you're providing, give the public in general more information, more assurance about the quality and integrity of our program?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yes, we believe so. This was based off of community engagements that had happened in the past as well, and it's also based off of best practices that we've explored through other municipalities. And so we do believe that this will align with the procurement report that we brought forward to make sure that proponents are compliant with shelter guidelines.
Councillor Trossau.
Okay, and it's also my view, reading the very limited language in this referral, that we're not asking you to make any changes. Is that your understanding?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yes, that's correct.
In that case, I don't see any reason not to support this to the next CAPS meeting. It's not going to cause any prejudice to our service providers or clients, and it'll just give us a little bit of extra information, which is not to speak to whether any changes should be made or not. But this seems relatively neutral from an information point of view. So I don't, unless somebody can convince me otherwise, I don't see any reason not to support this.
Okay, any other speakers to the referral? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open the referral.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I'd like to put item 5 on the floor, 2.5.
Hold on. Yeah.
Sorry, we have to deal with the rest of the motion. I was trying to move on too fast.
Yeah, so we
sorry,
got,
yes.
yeah, it's kind of a, I guess technically a motion as amended because there's a part out of it now. So if you'll move that.
Motion is amended, move it.
Yeah, and I'll look for a seconder. Sam, or Councillor Trossau, sorry. All right, now we'll look to speakers for the motion as amended. Go ahead.
I just wondered through you to staff if there was any information available now regarding the parameters for the pre-qualification?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, we don't have those clear parameters set just yet. What we've highlighted in the procurement report is all that's available right now.
Thank you. Through you, is it possible to have that distributed to council when it's finalized without an amendment here?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, we can do that.
Okay, well, that would be great. And when it talks about based on outcomes, an outcomes-based approach, can you just share with us what some of those outcomes will be? Or maybe that's something that gets distributed later. I'm just looking for more information.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, this would align with our Reaching Home guidelines and our housing prevention program guidelines as well through the province and the federal government. We would also look to ensure that programs are operating in a way that's compliant with shelter guidelines as well. And so this can include a variety of things from housing readiness outcomes to document readiness for housing to case plans that have been met, connection to service providers. This is already standard reporting that the service providers would be used to as it's aligned with existing funding agreements. So we would be looking to enhance that even further.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, is this a change in sort of philosophy in the way that we do it? Because our contracts have allowed for inspections and things like that, and to my knowledge, it's not something that we do. So is that changing now? Are we having an enhanced level of oversight in terms of spot inspections and just regular things to ensure that we're getting the outcomes we want?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, part of the report also includes updating some of our reporting guidelines for the service providers. So it might look at enhanced reporting tools for them, regular check-in meetings. We're really just enhancing existing contract provisions that exist already. One of those tools could be additional reporting tools.
Thank you. So am I hearing that there still won't be inspections as a matter of practice then?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, that's something that we are considering as part of the procurement report, that there would be either a virtual assessment or meeting directly with the service providers to talk about their programs.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I certainly say from me, there's nothing like being able to go in there and see it, because, you know, I think that's the level of oversight that the public's expecting in terms of the $30 million here to ensure that I think just random inspections is just should be just a regular matter, of course. Has there been any consideration to license the shelters? Is that something that's being considered?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, we haven't considered that, no.
Okay, and so the other question I had was with regards to the RFP process. So in this motion, it says that civic administration be directed to going to report back to council on the results of the RFPQ. So, but there's a spot in here that says, and I can't see it right now, but it looked like we were directing the procurement to continue. Oh yeah, civic administration be directed to implement the shelter guidelines and continue to make updates as required for any ongoing procurement. No, I'm not seeing it at the moment. So I guess what I'm looking for is to just be clear that there is going to be an opportunity between the RFPQ and the RFP, that council's going to have eyes on what that RFP looks like, and I'm seeing nodding, but I'll get an answer from staff.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay, well this is, and so the intent of this is to expand the number of people who are currently within the system and then potentially reorganize the 30 million that we have. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, it's not necessarily to expand the system. We know that the demand for homelessness services has evolved historically over time, and our funding in some cases has remained stagnant. And so this is really just reassessing what we want the homelessness service system to look like in the City of London and having an opportunity for council to be a part of that as well. We aren't really looking at any additional funding. Currently, there isn't any available. So we're taking existing funding and kind of reassessing and calibrating what those original historical contracts look like and how we want to use funds for emergency shelters and other service areas. And it could actually potentially lead to an expansion or a fluctuation in the number of service levels that exist across the 4 areas.
Okay, thank you. And then there's talk of outreach and drop-ins, housing supports, that kind of thing. The new guidelines, the emergency shelter guidelines, do they apply to drop-ins and resting spaces, or is that going to be a separate guideline that's going to come out?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, the emergency shelter guidelines specifically apply to emergency shelters. They don't consider outreach and respite services. This is something that we're considering as part of our 5-year housing stability action plan that we would bring forward to council, but presently it's just relating to shelters.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, sounds good. I think those are my comments for now. I may just ask for something to be pulled separately. I'm going to take a little closer look at the motion, but I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, any other speakers to this item? Okay, I don't have any other speakers, so if you'd like something separate now.
No, we'll let it go then.
Okay, all right, we're going to open that for voting then.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. And this moves us to item 5, 2.5, the Child Care and Early Years Engagement of Auditor Services. And I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers to this. Okay, seeing none, we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0 with 1 recusal.
Councillor Rahman.
Councillor Pribble will be introducing the next item.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to present point 6, item 6.2.3, proposed winter response for 26-27. It was discussed at the committee, and point A was to receive the report, which passed 5-0. Then there were point B, C, D. B was directed to the implementation plan proposed in front of us. C was the funding, and D was the direction to prepare a business case for 27-28 winter response and the funding associated with it. And this one passed 4-1 at the committee. And the reason why I'm presenting it, I would like to call upon Councillor Rahman.
Well, I can do that part.
You can do that.
So, Councillor Rahman, you want to be on the speakers list? I know you circulated something, so go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm just looking for my wording. Yes, I did circulate a referral, and I apologize for the timing because it was very short notice. But I did circulate a referral asking for a referral of this item to the next CAPS meeting. The reason for that referral is to allow time for additional time as we continue to await a response from federal partners on funding options and potential supports for additional shelter beds. And while council awaits further information respecting potential federal funding.
Okay, so that's a motion for a referral. I'll look for a seconder for that. I see Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll look for speakers to the referral. Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm supportive of the motion. I just wanted to make sure I understood the timing. So are we expecting a response from the federal government before the next meeting to whoever can answer that?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, we have been in contact with our federal counterparts regarding funding. We haven't received any further updates, and we don't expect that there will be an update provided within the next CPSC meeting.
Go ahead. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So as many around the horseshoe know that we have been waiting to hear back on UHEI funding from the province and the federal government. Part of that funding included shelter beds that were the last time we used that money for shelter beds. In the UHEI funding, it says for emergency shelter beds. In the winter response last year, we had beds that were funded through that strategy. So this is a way for us to look at additional funding that may be available. I'm not sure if through you I can ask a question to our staff. I'm not sure if they have this because I didn't send this in advance. But if they could share last year what our EU HEI dollar amount from the federal government was.
We'll have that in just 1 second, I think. Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through your worship, the previous program was a 2-year program, so the total investment was just around 5.2, 5.3 million, with last year's amount and allocation being around 2.7 million.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. And this is an additional 2.5, I think, around there, million in this report. So I do think it's important that we await hearing back about any funding opportunities that we may have.
Okay, other speakers to the referral. So go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thanks, Mayor. So I just wanted to confirm here, we're waiting for additional time to continue discussions with federal partners regarding funding options. Did staff say we are not expecting to get funding by the next cycle? That's what I heard just now.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, we don't expect an answer about funding within the next CPSC cycle. We don't have any clue in terms of the actual outcome of the funding, but in terms of an update, we don't expect an answer within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. So what options I'm just trying to digest this motion. What options would we be really looking to see on the next cycle? What would we potentially see with this referral?
Well, that's not really a question for our staff because they're not referring it. It's a motion that the council is considering to put it there. Councillor Rahman articulated some of the rationale of her referral. So I don't think we can ask that of staff. I'm happy to get clarification from the mover if she's willing to answer. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, it's also my understanding that there are other agencies that are looking to come back for discussions at upcoming CAPS meetings about some of the UHEI funding that we had kind of put a funding cliff on for August. So I think that it's kind of a good thing for us to consider those conversations at the same time.
Okay, thank you. So for the unsheltered homeless encampment initiative funding, we are looking to have potentially other agencies come to committee to engage in discussion and potentially even have maybe funding secured with that? Is that kind of how I understood it?
So I don't think that's what the councillor said. What our staff have said is they don't know, although they've engaged on the funding, they don't know when the announcement will be made about who will be receiving the funding or the parameters around it. Councillor Rahman is trying to refer this to the next committee meeting where there's an expectation that a number of agencies were provided with temporary funding as we waited to hear from this particular program are likely to update us on their current positions, and they've been doing some advocacy efforts as well. I can't confirm that. I don't have the next committee's agenda, but Councillor Rahman chairs the committee, so she's probably got a better insight than I do. So I don't think anybody's expecting me to be great if everything magically worked out, but I think Councillor Rahman is just trying to put the two conversations together so that it can be a more holistic discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Other speakers? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm happy to support the referral. I just wondered, at the same time, are we likely to know what the to-be-determined 40 spaces with arcade location will be by the next Community and Protective Services meeting?
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through your worship, no, we won't. This is contingent upon approval of the budget for this to allow the organization to go out and secure that space. So until we have that conversation, I can't support the moving forward of 121 spaces for Tier 3. So once we have the final decision made, then they will be able to go out and secure space once they know funding is available and what that amount of funding is.
Okay, thank you. I'm still going to support the referral. Thanks.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Sir the Chair. I have a question for the staff. I just want a clarification for the UHEI. And according to my notes, I put down 24-25, we received 2.3 million, and 25-26, 2.7 million, which would be together 5. And I don't know the 553, if it was for 2 years or if it was for 1 year. If you could just confirm that to me, please. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, the previous program was a 2-year program, and it was around that it was just over 5 million. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. What I was able to find was our expenditures and allocation from previous year, which was around 2.7. So first year might have been 2.3, right around 5 million for a 2-year program.
Thank you for the confirmation. I just want to make sure it was 5 for both years. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, so this is on the referral. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I will put item 9 on the floor, 4.3, the pilot program for air conditioning support for low-income seniors.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers on that item. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
I did ask that A be able to vote it on separately.
Yeah, we can do that for sure. Do you want B and C together?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
I can quickly explain why if I'll just make my comment, I guess.
Yeah, I think just
While we're waiting?
just debate. We'll separate it for you, but you can debate.
Yeah, so I'm asking for A to be pulled separately because I'm happy to support B and C. I think it's a great idea to advocate to other levels of government regarding this, but I can't support using property tax dollars for it. As much as I know the desperate need out there, I think it's a great idea for a nonprofit or somebody to take on that need, but I can't support it from the property tax base on people who are barely hanging on here in London. So I'll be voting no to A and yes to B and C.
Okay, we're going to do A first, but we debate the whole thing. Go ahead, Deputy.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. First, I will say I appreciate where Councillor Frank's intention comes from on this item. And had it not referenced estimated cost and potential funding sources, including external partnerships, I would have been, I'm sorry, Your Worship, my doctor, I have to excuse myself.
No problem. Go ahead. Okay, I'll look to other speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
No, thank you, through you, Mayor. noting that I'm very much in favor of extending air conditioning to everyone, as I think it's a right that people should have to be in safe, secure apartment buildings that are at the appropriate temperature. And while I'm a little disappointed that this doesn't deal with this universally, I do appreciate the intention for how this was brought forth, and I am going to support it. However, I would like to reiterate a question that I raised at the committee, which I think was a significant question, and that is, and this is to code compliance staff through the chair. Under the current law of what is required by both provincial and local building codes in terms of safe habitable premises, there already is a requirement that tenants be provided with certain temperature safety requirements. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, yes, that is correct.
Councillor Trosa.
So if this council wanted to, we could simply request code enforcement staff to step up the enforcement of this and issue citations if tenants feel their units are inappropriate. Is that right?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, the temperature regulations within our bylaws speak to minimum temperatures required during cold weather. They do not reflect temperatures that occur during heat events, as we've just recently experienced.
Councillor Trosa.
And next question to the chair is, what changes then would we have to make in our local bylaws in order to bring the temperature controls in that direction as well around?
So,
is that something we could do?
So, Councillor, can you link that to the motion that's before us in some way? Because that's kind of a separate item to what Councillor Frank has put forward.
Well, let me put it like this then. Does passing this preclude us from taking further action with regards to further temperature controls? If that was the desire of council.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, no, I don't believe it would preclude that from occurring if that was the will of council.
Councillor Trosa.
Okay, and I agree with that assessment, and on that basis, I'm not going to pursue this further at this time. I will in the future, and I will be supporting this. I will be supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Other speakers to this, go ahead, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I am seeking support from members of council on this item. I described it in great detail and kind of where the gap is at the committee, so I won't reiterate those. I will highlight that the source of funding has not been found, so it's not necessarily, the approach would not necessarily be putting on property taxes. We have reserve funds. External partnerships, I've already discussed it with a couple of people and a couple organizations, and there's some interest. So perhaps it's something where we can bring together a number of organizations and they could provide funding for this initiative. So we wouldn't know that until we got a report back from staff. And in regards to the discussion, we did have an adequate and cooling bylaw discussion at a previous council meeting that was not moved forward on. So I believe that, to Councillor Trossow's point, there is an opportunity to look at those, but this council has not moved forward in that area at this time. And so this fills a gap that we still have for low-income seniors who aren't able to access the current programs that are available. So again, this would be a report back, so further decisions could be made, but at this point, I'm just seeking support so that we can move forward and see if there's a possibility as well as external partnership funding.
Okay, any other speakers? We're going to separate. I'm going to use some discretion. I know Councillor Lewis kind of spoke once. He had to step out for a doctor's call. There's no objections from council. I'm going to let him actually have his time, even though that's a little, I'm just going to do that. Does anybody object? No? Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship and colleagues. I appreciate your understanding on that. And Councillor Frank just spoke to the external partnerships. I was going to say in my comments, the reason I'm willing to support it today is because it speaks to those external partnerships. It's not our role as a municipal council, in my view, to start providing income support programs from the property tax base. And if this comes back and says the only way to fund it is through property tax increases, then I will be a solid no. However, the idea that there can be external partnerships and that it may be something that we may administer, but somebody else might be involved in, or that we may set the policy framework and then somebody else actually delivers it directly. That's something I think is worth exploring. And so for that reason, I'm willing to support Part A today. I think the additions of Part B and C at committee were excellent because I know that one of the gaps here, because I know through OW and ODSP there are discretionary benefits, and that clients of those two programs can actually apply for funding for an air conditioner. But once you turn 65, or once you start collecting CPP and or OAS and GIS, whatever combination you are collecting, which is another fixed income program, which frankly, in my opinion, the federal government has not kept up with the cost of inflation for seniors on, then you're no longer eligible for a discretionary benefit. There is no discretionary benefit through CPP, or to my knowledge today through OAS or GIS. So I think advocating that the level of government that's responsible for seniors' income supports, which is the federal government, through the Canada Pension Plan and its income top-ups, old age security and GIS, that's where the advocacy really should be for a long-term solution, not just for London residents, but for seniors across the country. And so with those additions, I think that this is a good motion. Again, I hope that there are community partners and organizations that are willing to step up because it's not something I can support if it comes back with property taxes, but if we can find external partners who will work with us on this, I think it's very much worth pursuing.
Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none. We're going to do Part A first, and then we'll do the rest of it after. So we'll open Part A for voting now.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
And now we'll vote on all the remaining clauses.
Councillor Stevenson. Motion carries 15-0.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. We're on to item 11, 4.5, the bylaw enforcement administrative fees.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers on that item. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I had brought this forward and I appreciated Community and Protective Services moving it forward, but unfortunately what came as a tool to try to address the fact that we've got businesses and properties that are subjected to, for some of them, ongoing vandalism and graffiti. To get that $50 charge was just a bad PR type feeling. But now it's turned into a several-month-long project and, evaluating the $8,000 in cost recovery. So even in terms of the reimbursement that didn't come forward on the motion, I believe private donors willing to cover some of that now. And I think I need to come back at this at another way that's not going to take up staff time. And so I'm not going to be supporting this motion, and it's fine with me if my colleagues don't as well, and we just take this off staff's to-do list, and I'll come back at it another way.
Okay, other speakers to this matter? All right, seeing none, we're going to open it for voting.
Counselor Hopkins?
I vote yes.
Noted, thank you. Closing the vote. Motion fails 7-8.
Counselor Rom.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Okay, that means that was a report that we moved up in the agenda. So if you thought we were at the end, we're not. We're at the second report, which is 8.1, the 12th report of the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. I will turn it over to the chair to present that report.
Thank you, through the mayor. Yeah, I forgot there for a moment too. Okay, so we are on the 12th report of the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. Apologies if I did receive any messages for pull requests, but I don't have any right now. So I'd look to, well, I'll ask if there are any requests before I put anything on the floor.
Okay, let's ask colleagues which ones they'd like dealt with separately in this report, 8.1.
Okay, so I have a request to pull 5.
Sorry, who's requesting number? Oh, okay, so 5 separately? Okay.
And unless I see any others, then I'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 on the floor.
Okay, is everybody okay with doing 1 through 4 and 6 together? All right, so the chair's making that motion. We'll have any discussion or comments on those items. Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, my hand was slow to go up.
Right, we didn't get into the voting yet, so what, you want to speak to it, or did you want something separate from that?
Nothing separate, just wanted to speak to item 6,
Perfect,
being the
okay.
pet waste green bin pilot project.
Yeah, go ahead then.
Perfect. Thank you. And a couple of questions from the community on this one is Councillor Frank and my ward are the ones, 2 of the ones selected for the pilot project. Some residents' concerns around pet waste and the smell, as it actually would be fecal matter within the green bins. Looking through you to staff, is that something that they're going to track as well? I'm not sure if Ms. Chambers is in Chambers.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we will be tracking any complaints we receive with respect to odors related to the pet waste project. That's the intent of the pilot. We will also be providing educational materials for participants in the pilot in order to minimize the odors associated with pet waste in green bins, noting that these materials are currently in our garbage stream and are actually collected bi-weekly at this point. They will actually be collected more frequently, so there may be some additional benefits with respect to not having to retain potentially odorous materials as well at home.
Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure if Ms. Chair was at committee, as I did have a long list of questions for Mr. Lucey at it, so I won't belabor those points. The main question also, just in case the media is covering it or the public and realizing it has been a hot topic of poop in the media, of city staff just outline the pilot project of why we're piloting versus going citywide with a rollout right now, realizing other municipalities already have implemented this program with pet waste collection within their green bins.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. The intent is to characterize the uptake and use of the pet waste project pilot to ensure that the material we're receiving is something that can be processed well by our contracted operator, that we're able to manage the loads in terms of our own staff doing the collection, and if there's any adjustments that would need to be made in order to roll it out successfully citywide. Certainly, we do talk to our neighboring municipalities all across Ontario. We're optimistic it can proceed in a larger way in the future, but that would be a decision ultimately for council when you have the full results of the pilot project.
Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you. One follow-up question for staff. If they don't have the answer today, that's okay, as I found it sitting in my draft, which was most unhelpful in my emails. As Convertus gets the waste, do we know what percentage of waste that's sent to Convertus ends up in the landfill versus actually making it into an end product?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We certainly can provide that information. We actually have our regular operating meeting with Convertus later this week. We are processing at a very high rate. It is a particularly different product, though, than people anticipate when it comes to garden compost. It is an ASSAM certified application product that has to be used in particular agricultural applications. It can also be used successfully as landfill cover. So we will follow up and provide that information to you offline.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I had some questions, and I'll forward it through a few more to Ms. Sher. Just residents were concerned that we're putting pet waste in it if it's going to be applied to consumption crops for humans, animals, and what's going to happen with it. Some also had raised concerns that if people are not using the bins correctly or the right kind of pet waste bags, that it might just end up in landfill anyways and contaminate things. So I will follow up offline for a few more details to send back to residents. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And those questions just remind me of one I had. Just wondering for the communication rollout for the two areas, will there be an in-person info night that could be hosted for the two? I just know that there are some folks who probably prefer a discussion as opposed to a leaflet.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're still working on the communication strategy, but we'll take that under advisement, and I think that could be a very feasible and positive suggestion.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And there's a joke in Old South that you're not allowed to live there unless you have a dog. And so I feel like there's going to be a lot of potentially folks using this green bin. I don't have a dog, I have a cat, but I appreciate that. One of the areas was selected was in Old South.
Well, guess what we're all bringing when we come to your house. So, okay. Other speakers to this. This is a group of items, everything but 5. Okay, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
I will look to put item 5 on the floor.
Okay, item 5 is on the floor. I'll look to any speakers on 5. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. For this one, I spoke about it quite a bit at committee, so I don't want to repeat it, but I also, for my colleagues who weren't there, this is coming forward as a $51 million grant, but the funding is only 40%. So the municipality is still responsible for the 60% of the costs. And so I confirmed, I don't see finance here, but I don't know if there is finances. Oh, sorry, your head was down. I just want to confirm the total amount of the projects and the amount that we get to do municipally. Ballpark.
Go ahead.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Murray, who's online and will be able to provide. Has that information handy.
Mr. Murray, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So, as was noted at committee, the contribution rate, or the federal contribution to this is 40% for capital projects and 80% for non-capital projects. It is our intention that the municipal contribution to match the federal contribution will be funded through existing approved budgets in the city's approved 10-year capital plan. So just to kind of give some context in terms of what that 10-year capital plan looks like, it generally averages kind of in the 22 to 27 million dollar a year range, with a couple larger years due to the Highbury facility project that is coming up in a few years' time. So there is substantial municipal dollars already there that are able to provide the municipal contribution required to access the federal dollars.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. And I know there's reference in the report to the capital plan being endorsed in June, but was the capital plan changed in order to accommodate this funding?
Mr. Murray.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what the councilor is referring to in the report is the 10-year capital plan that the federal government has required as a condition in order to release the transfer payment agreement. So it's the capital plan specific to this program and specifically related to the use of this funding. When I was speaking of the capital plan a minute or so ago, I was referring to the broader city capital plan for transit. So specific to the councilor's question, no, the 10-year capital plan for the purposes of this program that was submitted to the federal government has not been changed. However, there is the opportunity, as is noted in the report, to modify that capital plan in the future, pending council's decisions on where this funding will be used as part of future budget processes.
Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to do my questions to staff first, then I'll make a few comments. The other part is around the housing commitment. So part of this in the contract, we have to meet the federal government's housing targets. And there's also a requirement that within 800 meters of the perimeter of both of our post-secondary education institutions, the main campuses, that we would eliminate the mandatory minimum off-street parking requirements. So I just want to confirm through you to staff that I know we've got parking coming up on another motion, but we have until May. Are we going to have to remove the minimum off-street parking requirements within 800 meters of the perimeter of these buildings?
I don't know if that's you, Mr. Murray. I know you're still on camera, or if that's someone else.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can start and then certainly throw it over to our planning and development folks, but certainly based on the information that we have compiled and working with our planning and development folks, we are quite confident that the requirements as outlined in the contribution agreement in terms of both the housing needs and our commitments related to that, as well as requirements related to parking and high density housing. They have all been met, as I understand it, at this point, but certainly our planning and development folks can certainly chime in as well.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, that's correct. All the parking requirements under the half have been completed.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
But for this, it requires that for the full 10 years of the funding, if I'm reading it correctly, that for the full 10 years of the funding, that we eliminate all minimum mandatory parking within 800 meters of the two campuses. So is this going to require a change, or are we already compliant there and we're not anticipating any changes?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. We're already compliant.
Okay, great. And so I'm assuming it's the same with the 4 as of right as well? Because again, that's mandated in the 800 meter radius. I believe we're already there, but I just want to confirm.
Go ahead.
Yes, through your worship, yes, that's correct. And with the additional requirements that are being considered by council tonight.
Go ahead.
Can I just ask there what is happening tonight that will assist us here?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. The parking provisions is requiring, through council direction, a rate of 1 per 1 versus 0.5 parking spaces per unit, as well as driveway widths within single detached, semi-detached type dwelling units.
Sorry, I'm just confused. So how does that help us with the requirements of this funding program?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, so when they're talking about the transit village and the transit corridors, that would be focusing on, we'll say, multi-level type developments. And so that's where we've met those requirements for multiple apartments, for example. With respect to ARUs, there are other exemptions and requirements that we're looking at, but through the parking provisions tonight, that would be looking at specific requirements to parking
spaces per unit. And also through the Rethink Zoning project, council can also deliberate and provide other direction through that process too.
Okay, thanks. So I didn't support this at committee, and the reason that I didn't was because of the way that the information is brought forward. So I asked at committee if there was any policies around when council is informed about funding projects, and I was told that there aren't any. And when I compare us to other cities, so when I look at Windsor, they got a report in 2024 when they did the expression of interest. They got another one in 2025 when they were looking at doing the capital plan. Other cities that got the funding are then looking at the details in 2026. But we're only brought into the process at the very last minute when the projects are already determined and we don't have the information. In the other cities' reports, it shows the amount of the funding, the amount of the municipal requirement, the ineligible cost estimates. It talks about any cost overruns if they feel that the estimates are low. And it's all laid out in a way that's fully transparent around the commitment and the possible risks that are involved. Whereas here we just look, oh, we got $51 million over 10 years. It's, I just think it's too simplistic, and council doesn't have a say. And even if the projects really are self-evident, I think having a say to know that, or to know what ones were chosen and why, and which ones weren't chosen and why, so that we just provide that level of oversight and information to the public. One of the things I find interesting is something like the North Rapid Transit. It's a supplemental EA study, almost $1 million, that is coming forward. And I know that through the Master Mobility Plan and capital plans and all that, we've given our endorsement of it, and so staff are able to bring it forward. But I don't remember in this term of council having a really big talk about the North Rapid Transit and which one, and that we moved from Richmond to another street, and that we're moving ahead and investing taxpayers' money in this project. It just kind of happens behind the scenes without being fully transparent to a level that that I feel comfortable with. So I do think that this funding does come with strings attached. It always does. Windsor said no because they're not willing to make the changes that are required. And this potentially locks us into being unable to make changes. So I think doing that without discussing it is going to be why I'm going to vote no.
Okay, other speakers on this? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open this for voting.
Councillor Pelosa?
Councillor Pelosa votes yes.
Noted. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 12-3.
And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you, Councillor McAllister. We're on to 8.2, which is the 10th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. We've done a couple of reports from Planning and Environment Committee. So I'll start with the 10th report of the Planning and Environment Committee, and I have requests to have number 4 and number 7 pulled.
Okay, does anybody want anything else separate besides 4 and 7? Okay, Councillor, I think you can make a motion then.
So I'll move items number 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
Okay, those items are on the floor. Any discussion on those ones? Okay, seeing none, we'll open those for voting.
Councillor Pelosa? Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 15-0.
Thank you. So I'd like to put number 4 On the floor, this is regarding Green Development Framework update. Councillor Stevenson requested that this be pulled.
Okay, that's items on the floor. Any discussion? Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I'd like to vote on C separately, please. I won't be supporting C.
Okay, that'll just take a moment. I'll look for anybody else who has discussion on it while we're taking C apart and doing it separate. Okay, seeing none? We're going to do C first then. And we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Frank? Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Oh, sorry. We're going to vote on the rest of it now. And we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Thank you. I'd like to put item number 7 regarding parking provisions update. Councillor, on the floor, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Lewis wanted this one pulled.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers to it. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. As colleagues will recall, at the committee, there was some discussion around how the affordable housing ratio would be applied to the 1-to-1 parking ratio in the developments that we're adjusting. And at that time, there was a little bit of, what I'll say is a little bit of perhaps mixed messaging as to whether it would be a full exemption, whether it would be prorated, exactly how that would be dealt with. And so I want to thank Ms. McNeely and Mr. Adama and Ms. Basato for the work that they've done with Councillor Rahman and I on addressing this. And with that, we want to propose an amendment that was circulated, that the zoning bylaw be amended to provide for a set ratio of 0.05 parking spaces per unit of affordable housing as defined in the staff report and zoning bylaw, and that pursuant to section 37(17) of the Planning Act, no further notice be given in respect to the proposed bylaw. And once that's seconded, I will speak to it a little further.
Councillor Rahman's willing to second, so you can go ahead and speak now then.
Okay, thank you. I also want to let colleagues know, and this is important, because as Ms. McNeely just referenced in the previous item in the previous committee report, there are actually 2 bylaw amendments coming at the end of the meeting tonight. One speaks to the parking ratio, the other speaks to the driveway widths, and colleagues had expressed some interest in having those in a way that they could vote separately on those 2 items. So staff have actually created 2 separate bylaw amendments to allow that, so there'll be a vote A and a vote B on the bylaws. So that you can vote differently on those things. But the only change from the staff report and the committee recommendation would be the addressing of the parking ratio to 0.05, which would actually preserve the current ratio for affordable housing. So if we do have a development that comes along that puts in 50 market rent and 10 affordable housing units, they would have to provide 55 parking spaces. 50 for the 50 market, and then at 0.5 with 10 units of affordable, they'd have to provide at least half a space for each of those, which would create the 5 spots that make it 55. So that sets a set rate. Of course, there's still the exceptions for the primary transit corridors and the other pieces that were in the staff report. But there was a little bit of confusion around the affordable housing piece. This provides a nice, clear, easy path to maintain the current rate for affordable housing, whether it's an entire build that's affordable housing or whether it's some units that are secured in a bigger project. And so I hope colleagues can support that.
Okay, I will look to other speakers. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the two councillors for bringing this forward. It's made it very clear, separating out the bylaw two is something that I appreciate, since I won't be supporting the width for the driveways, extending that, but very supportive of the Second Amendment with the policy ratio. My question for you to staff would be, if any developer wanted to build a development using 0.05, can that still be done? Just want to make that clear.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. What that would do then is it would be non-compliant to the zoning, so the applicant would have to go through, obtain relief to the zoning bylaw, and that would likely be through a minor variance application.
Thank you. And again, thank you to the councillors. That affordable housing piece is really important then. Thank you.
Perfect, and it's a good reminder, because you said you appreciated having the opportunity to vote on something separate later. Colleagues haven't let the clerks know about how you want to vote on bylaws. It's going to be way slower if you haven't told people that yet, because we like to prepare that ahead of time. So it's not too late, but before the meeting's even better. Okay, I'll go to any other speakers on this. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I'm happy to support it, but I did just want to clarify where it applies. Because as I said, am I correct in understanding that with the Canada Public Transit Fund, that there are no mandatory minimums within certain areas, and there might be other areas as well around transit stations where this wouldn't apply?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, under amendment number 2, it specifies, it has a table of what the spaces per unit would be, and would be senior citizen apartments, handicapped persons apartment buildings, lodging houses, and then the affordable housing component that Deputy Mayor identified.
Okay, thank you. Happy to support.
Okay, any other speakers on this? So this is the amendment, so we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, and as amended, you're willing to move?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the as amended.
Councilor Rahman, as amended second? Okay. So on the as amended motion?
Yes, and to recall from earlier, I'm not going to yield the floor because I've moved an amendment, but now I need to speak to the main motion. I hope that colleagues can support both pieces when it comes forward. There's been lots of discussion about this. I know this meeting was now a while ago because we had the Canada Day holiday in between. But I do want to just reiterate that I think we have all recognized that we need to go back to the one-to-one as a standard, and obviously planning justification reports for a reduced one. Well, perhaps not Councillor Frank, but the planning justification report could come with a lower ratio, and it might not be 0.5, it might be 0.75. But applicants will be able to make that just as they did before we lowered the ratio, because we did approve lower parking ratios prior to going to the 0.5. It just sets the standard at one-to-one. And then there can be variances and amendments to that from there. I also think, and I know colleagues had various concerns about the driveway widths, but I think that at the end of the day, we all do need to recognize that while we can wish and hope that people will take alternate modes of transportation, the reality of today's living, whether it's roommates, whether it's multi-generational families, there are a lot of homes where they simply need the ability to add that side spot in their driveway, that one additional spot that maybe is sitting in front of a living room window or a kitchen window instead of leading to a laneway to the backyard. And this provides some relief. And there's not going to be tens of thousands of applications for this. There will certainly be a cost, in fact, to the homeowner if they want to do this. And if anybody's priced out repaving a driveway lately, it's not cheap. So they're going to have a legitimate reason to go ahead with this. But there will be those families those homeowners who are going to take advantage of this. They might be doing it because they're going to create an ARU in their basement and provide a rental spot for somebody. But we have taken a balanced approach in the driveway widths as well, where there are areas where it won't be allowed. And we heard from staff at the committee that it would actually be a conflict to allow for it in the heritage conservation districts. We did hear and we did approve an exemption for the western near campus neighborhood in particular, which was a very important one given the different challenges that Western presents for parking. And so that's there. And what we can do by passing this tonight is to give homeowners some relief, those who choose to pursue it. And again, it won't be everyone, but it will give homeowners some relief. It will remove, hopefully, some of the neighborhood complaints that many of us probably get about on-street parking, particularly overnight on-street parking, that people feel is really taking up space all the time rather than leaving it open for the neighborhood to utilize for guests. It doesn't mean that we might not make some changes in the future. We may. But I think what we have here today is a good first step forward, and I hope colleagues can support it in its entirety when we get to the bylaw stage.
Any other speakers? Okay, we're going to open the as amended motion for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Councillor Lane.
Thank you. That concludes the 10th report. Mayor, and I'd like to proceed on to the 11th report.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm pleased to present the 11th report of the Planning Environment Committee. I've had a request to have number 6, 12, 13, and 14 bold.
Okay, anything else anybody would like to separate? All right, go ahead, Councillor.
So I'll move items 1 through 5 and 7 through 11.
Okay, those are on the floor. Any discussion on those items? Go ahead, Councillor Trosau.
I just wanted to mention to the chair, with respect to item number 5, it's my belief that there was a very, very strong argument put forward to include number 5 at this point. There was a discussion at the planning committee where I did ask some questions, and I was satisfied by the answers that this would not interfere with meeting the very strict time deadlines that we're looking at. So this will be coming up. If people are following this will be coming up at the August meeting. Thank you for your indulgence at the planning committee for a lot of my technical questions. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, any other speakers to this group of items? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open them for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. So I'd like to put number 6 on the floor. This is regarding heritage designation for the property at 4719 Nightingale Ave. Councillor Hopkins requested this to be pulled.
Okay, so this is on the floor. Any discussion? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't there to hear the debate, but I am supportive of staff's recommendation, which is to designate this property. It has a high rating. I'm not comfortable with just receiving the information. I do think we have challenges in our city when it comes to opportunities for incentive programs for owners, and I would like to in the future go to the planning committee and to see if we can get a report back on opportunities for incentive programs for owners. But for now, I will not be supporting the committee's recommendation.
Any other speakers for this? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. As the ward councillor, I appreciated the support of the planning committee. It was, I believe, unanimous 5-0 support of not proceeding with the heritage designation and taking no further action. We had the owner of the property with us at planning. He's here again tonight. Spoke very eloquently, I would say, around the situation with that building and the implications of what was brought forward, as well as the process that happened. So we've got an owner of a property who has owned it for close to 30 years, who's been investing in it and making sure that it's secure, doing renovations for the roof line, keeping the bottom of it secure. It's taken time, effort, and energy. We've also got an owner who understands heritage and renovations and understands what this means. There were several things that were brought up at committee that were an issue. One is the notification of the owners. So I was able to speak to all 3 of the properties that were being asked to be designated. One was very happy to have it designated, knew about it, and was fully willing to invest all of the money that's needed to do that. One was not aware of it and asked for time to understand the implications of what was being put before them. And one who came and said, I've made myself, I was not notified in a way that I understood, which is an issue, and not one specific to London. If you look if you search it, you'll find cities across Ontario whose councils are saying no to these designations and who are highlighting some of the issues in the process where owners are not getting proper notification, they're not understanding the seriousness of what this designation means. And in this case, an owner who does understand says that it has the potential to bankrupt them, that there's a minimum, at least $2 million that would be required in renovations. That is not something that we can just impose on a property owner, in my opinion, who says that they don't want to do it, they can't do it, and we're just going to tell them that they have to. Then what happens is potentially the building goes into disrepair and we end up with a demolition by neglect, which nobody wants. But you can't force somebody to invest money that they don't have into a property, because we say it has to be designated. Then there's the issue of the criteria that are met for the heritage designation. This one said 8 out of 9, which is almost unheard of. But there was mention at the committee, some question around the subjectivity of those criteria. And what I found out when I did some research is we are not alone here, that across the province, councils are questioning what is being brought forward. And so we're making very big decisions that are impacting people emotionally, financially. Like, this is a big stress and pressure on people. Something that I'll remind my colleagues we weren't willing to do with our own building when City Hall was brought forward, and for many of the same reasons, the delays, the extra cost. And so just to circle back, we've got a property that is currently not seeking demolition. It's sound. The property owner is committed to continuing the good work of the past 30 years. And they're also saying to us, please don't do this. It will potentially bankrupt me. Please don't do it. We're questioning the 8 out of 9 criteria. We're questioning the notification and how it was done. I was very happy to have the support of the planning committee to say, we're not going to do this, and we're not going to take any further action, so that a property owner who's done good work for so long has peace of mind and peace of financial stability, that we aren't going to be doing this to them. So I think it raises a bigger issue. We're going to be facing many of them over the next few months, I believe. But I'm asking my council colleagues to support the wishes of a property owner who has made a very good case. I hope you've read the letter. The one quote that I really liked was, the greatest threat to this building is not its age. The greatest threat is making it financially impossible to own and operate. If we really care about heritage buildings, we're going to heed the warning that the best way to protect this building is to leave it as it is in the care of owners who value it and take care of it. Thank you.
Other speakers to this? Go ahead, Councillor Trosa.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm very troubled by the insinuation, and I want this cleared up, that somehow our staff did not give proper notice on this and other applications. And if I may just simply ask staff to remind us, what are the notice requirements in the Provincial Act, and how were they met, if in fact they were met?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. It would be direct mail contact, and so there would be follow-up. The Heritage staff did their best in terms of due diligence to try to contact the property owners, and that would be for any of the 13 property owners. There's been some that's been more successful than others, some that have not replied at all, and others that have been more engaged.
And thank you again to the chair. What mail address is supposed to be used, and was that used?
Thank you, through your worship. It'd be based on the property tax.
And the property tax mail that you refer to is something that the owner would have the ability to change if there was some change in the status of the property?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, the onus would be on the property owner to make those necessary changes to the property tax roll.
Indeed, it's a standard practice to use the tax roll as the address of record. And I'm a little troubled that we're not just sort of accepting the word of staff here, and we're trying to get underneath that as if there was some issue with the notice. We've had discussions about notice before at the Planning Committee, but there's never been a situation where I think staff has been, I want to choose my words carefully here, but questioned, accused, called to question about whether or not notice was given properly. And if staff tells us that the mail was sent to the tax address, we should accept that. So let's not make this an issue unless there's more evidence than there's not. But the big point here is this question of heritage status. It's not something the owners opt into. We have a very well-developed provincial and local framework for making determinations about heritage status. And we might not like it. We might think it's too permissive. But if there's been a finding that 8 out of 9 of the criteria have been met, I would want to hear some very substantial impeaching evidence, which I have not heard, as to why that's not the case. And I want to remind people, our advisory committee, formerly Latch, did not go off on a fishing expedition. They were directed by this council to do what they did because of the very serious implications of the January 1st deadline. And better it come from the mouth of Steph. Could you just very briefly remind everybody of what the implications of the January 1st deadline is and what happens if that's not met?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. We have a deadline of January 1, 2027, where council can no longer designate properties.
Councilor Trosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Indeed, if that's the case, the owner would be able to come in and apply for a demolition permit across the counter. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Yes, that's correct, but that would also be even where it's designated, which was the case on the Kent Brewery property. And as the committee chair had identified at the meeting, the PEC meeting, reasons for designation can allow for where there is demolition terms and conditions where attributes can be retained without having these properties designated. Council doesn't have that ability.
Okay, and finally to the substance. Does your staff or did your staff have any reason to question or not want to accept the report that was written on this property regarding the heritage attributions, which were very positive?
Go ahead.
Yes, the approval authority recommended approval.
Councillor Trosa.
Okay, well, without more, I think this council has, I'm going to say, obligation under the Act. It would be very, very serious if at this point, based on what's before us, we do not go forward, and I'm going to say the same thing in August about 242 Huron, because I want to be consistent here. This property is worthy
30 seconds.
of heritage status under the Act. It's going through the
Sir, I'm gonna-
process.
Hold on.
I will.
Just, if you could just sit down in the gallery, that would be helpful.
And
Go ahead,
I'm
Councillor.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to upset members of the public, but I'm going by what's in the Act. And I'm going by the record. I'm going by what our advisory committee has done. I'm going by the staff reports, and I'm going by our staff recommendation. So that's why I cannot accept this recommendation from PEC.
Your time's up, Councillor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, first a direct question for staff. The Act does not actually require us to designate anything. My understanding is that the Act leaves it wholly up to the discretion of council, and that the only thing that the Act is prescriptive on is that to bring something to council, it must meet 2 of the 9. But there is no requirement for council to approve anything at all. It's completely council's discretion, right up to 9 out of 9. Is that not accurate?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Heritage designation is very subjective. And I'm not going to go through a whole long list and quote all the old regulations that I quoted at committee. But I'm going to cite 2 examples. One of the examples was that it represented a very high level of technological achievement and cited the concrete method, which had actually already been in practice for more than 10 years before this building was constructed. It wasn't some technological great achievement. Yes, it may have been the first building in London constructed with that method, although I don't think it was actually the first building. I think it was actually only the tallest building constructed at the time in that method. But we don't designate every building in London that is the tallest at a given point in time just because it was the tallest for a few months or a few years, whatever that might be. The point is, this wasn't a great technological achievement. This practice had been in use for 10 years before this building was constructed. But staff gave it a check mark. Subjectively, they thought it was. I completely disagree. Something that's been in use for 10 years is not a technological marvel. It's like saying the 5th space shuttle was a technological marvel when all they did was build one that they had built the other 4 with before. Another example is that it was a landmark. That was given a check mark on the list. I've called East London home for 30 years and I have never heard anybody refer to that building as a landmark. I've heard them refer to it as an eyesore, but never as a landmark. These are subjective things, and we are not bound by a staff recommendation to designate any building in this city as heritage, no matter how many check marks it gets on the list. The Act says it is up to the discretion of council. And in this case, I would encourage colleagues to support the committee recommendation, turn down the designation on this building. The owner has been investing in it. They have a tenant in there. They're making changes. But as soon as you start putting on a heritage designation, we've already seen in many cases the cost that comes with, well, once it has a heritage designation, it has to have this type of material. You can't use any different material. And to Councillor Stevenson's point, we're hearing all over the province of Ontario that insurance companies won't even touch a heritage designated building because of those material costs involved if something happens that they've got to pay for the replacement on. Because once it's got heritage, oh, it's got to have this type of brick or this type of window, or we dealt with this before at Canada Life, the building across the street from us, where they came to us and said, we can't do that window in a reasonable cost. We want to do something different. And we granted that too. We granted them permission to do something different. This is not a matter that's legislated in a way that binds us to anything. It's up to us to make a decision. You know, even when the report referenced the preservation of the character of the smokestack district, we're approving all kinds of residential there. We're not trying to preserve the character. We're trying to actually change the neighborhood, to revitalize it, to bring in new housing. And the last thing I want on this block, in this neighborhood, is another McCormick's. And we saw what the council designation of that building has resulted in. So I won't be supporting the designation. I will be supporting the committee recommendation. And I encourage colleagues to do the same because we do not need another McCormick's.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to pick up where Deputy Mayor left off, and also what Councillor Councillor Stevenson was saying. You know, this building employs 50 people. It's an ongoing business, and if the owner of the building has to take $2 million, which he doesn't have, by the way, to invest in heritage upgrades, where's that business going to go? They're not going to stay there because they can't afford to stay. They can't afford to pay an increased rent, which of course, he'll have to charge more money for them to lease the building. So, you know, it's a matter of economics. It's unaffordable, and we have to be conscious and cognizant of people who own properties and can't afford to pay for these upgrades, which are, by the way, subjective, as Deputy Mayor Lewis said. So, again, I would encourage also all of my colleagues to vote for the committee recommendation on this. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Pribble, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and I will certainly be supporting the recommendation of the committee. I just want to say I do struggle with especially the industrial buildings in London. I'll honestly be, if I look at the countries worldwide who are, I would say, even more heritage oriented than potential London and even Canada, this kind of an industrial building certainly would not be on top of the list to get a heritage. And I work on 3 different projects with World Heritage Fund, and the individuals work on the buildings as well. So just looking at the building, forget about in terms of what other things that were set in terms of the ownership, additional investment. If I look at this building, I honestly don't even think that it is worth earning the heritage of this building that is there. And what I heard, it is more of an eyesore than proud heritage building of London, Ontario. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay, scene.
Can you just clarify the vote, that a yes vote is, yeah.
I'm happy to do that. So we're voting on the committee's recommendation, and the committee's recommendation was to essentially just receive the report and the recommendations. So it's not taking any action on the heritage designation, simply receiving the document. And also there's a piece about no further action being taken, which basically makes it a decided matter of council through the end of the assessment period. Okay, so a yes vote supports that committee's recommendation to not do the heritage. Okay, all right, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-4.
Okay, back to you, Committee Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to put number 12 on the floor. This is regarding 1076 to 1080 Commissioners Road West and 396 to 402 North Street. Councillor Hopkins requested this be pulled.
Okay, that's on the floor by the chair. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Before I proceed with my comments, I do have an amendment that I have shared with council members, and I do have a mover in Councillor Frank, and I'll be seconding it. And if I could speak to it?
Since you're standing up, you'll be
I'll
moving
move
it
it.
and she'll be seconding it. Okay, that's kind of works better for the speaking process. So, yes, so moved and seconded. That'll be up in eScribe. It was, can you just read the amendment, or would you
I'd be
like us
happy
to? That's
to,
just
Your
in case
Worship.
members of the public are watching and want to know
For
exactly
sure.
what it is.
So the amendment reads, it would be C, the site plan approval authority be requested to consider the following design issues through the site plan process. And this is a VI. A sidewalk improvement along Commissioners Road West, that is set back from the street and aligned with the existing sidewalk location adjacent to the western portion of 1066 to 1068 Commissioners Road West. That is the amendment that would be added to the recommendation, and I can speak to why I'm seeking your support.
Sure, and you could do that now if you like. Yeah.
Thank you. So following the Planning Committee meeting, I am asking council support to add this amendment for sidewalk alignment improvement setbacks from the street. Staff have informed me that they could request this during the site plan process, but I was advised that it would be considered as an add-on, so council can direct and ensure it gets considered. And if you were at the public participation meeting, you heard from the public the safety, the accessibility, the traffic issues. This is a development that's going to be right on that corner. There are other developments to the east of this property that have been built up through the years, and it's that connectivity to those sidewalks and continuing it along to Commissioners Road.
Okay, any other speakers to the amendment? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Just a question to you through staff. The sidewalk improvements along Commissioner Road West, setback from the street and aligned with the existing sidewalk location. So that alignment would be within the public right-of-way and isn't impacting the site plan as laid out. I just want to make sure that this doesn't cause the building to have to move and zoning changes and stuff again.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, that is correct.
Great, that's all I needed to hear. I can support that. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers to the amendment? All right, seeing none, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, I need a mover for the as amended motion. Councillor Lehman, and a seconder for the as amended motion, Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, for the as amended motion, Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the support for the amendment. I know at PEC there was another amendment that the committee supported with the bird-friendly glazing, given that it's right across from Springbank Park. So thank you to the committee for doing that. But I will not be supporting staff's recommendation. I've heard clearly from residents and shared their disappointment in the recommendation for a 10-story building and not a 6-story, which is allowed in our policies. I want to be clear, this is not NIMBYism. When we use this word, it sometimes undermines the real concerns in the area. We heard them at the public participation meeting. Safety, accessibility. I won't go on with the traffic, the congestion that already exists. We've already approved heights, density, just to the south, next block down, the Byron Pitt Secondary Plan, where we're going to see more intensification and heights coming forward. So the reality of being able to move around in this area is real right now, but it will progressively get worse. So how can we stick with the policies? I think challenges of balancing our housing agreement with our policies how we balance and preserve our neighborhoods. That is becoming the challenge that I am experiencing as a ward councillor. We know we must build, but how do we keep our neighborhoods that are important to the residents that I represent? I think a 6-story would be a better fit to the legacy apartments that already exist from, say, North Street to Bowler Road. They're all under 10. It would fit better in that landscape. Lastly, I would argue that because it is a unique prime location, that a 10-story would be built, greater heights would be allowed. I think a smaller footprint will preserve the uniqueness and the character of this neighborhood. So I will not be supporting the recommendation coming at committee. If it is not supported, I will be asking for a referral back to have further conversations with the developer. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers to the as amended motion. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Councillor Hopkins and I are going to disagree on this one. And I know she knows that, and it's nothing personal between either of us. I do think that this was a case of NIMBYism. I think that this is a situation where we had a very clear staff recommendation with its reasons outlined, including the uniqueness of the site as the reason to allow for a few stories of additional height. By the way, the developers already come down from 12 to 10, so through conversations with staff, they did actually lower it. And this is a spot with great access to Springbank Park, with a signalized traffic intersection, which we've heard many ward councillors, and I know we're going to hear another one in a little bit, have said, well, we need a signalized traffic intersection here if we're going to have more intensity and development. We already have a signalized traffic intersection here. So staff did their due diligence. It's coming with a staff recommendation to support it. It's coming with adequate parking. It's coming with adequate amenity space. This is one of those situations that makes sense. And it is its uniqueness, because I don't think that a cookie cutter neighborhood where everything is the same height is actually a good neighborhood. I think neighborhoods should see a variety of built forms. Some lower rise, some mid-rise, some higher rises, but that's what we encourage. So I don't want to see another 6-story that matches everything else. I think we should see some variances in height. And so to me, this is a really clear one. There's not I mean, we had this question at the planning committee. We will go past the 90-day statutory deadline and be in a non-decision situation with a referral. There's already been negotiations back and forth from staff that have brought it from 12 to 10. Colleagues, this should be supported. The amendments that have been made, the bird-friendly policies, the sidewalk that was just approved by us, make it an even better proposal than it was. And it came with staff recommendation without those things, and we've made it better. So let's get this one approved. It's a local developer in Tricar. They've built other things in this area and across the city. They've delivered on what they've presented in their plans before. So we don't have any reason to think that they're not going to build this or they're not going to build it as promised. And again, this is one of those things, we're on the clock. The statutory deadline is here. The staff recommends it, and we should be supporting it.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Trossard.
Well, I can see where this is going, so I probably won't use my whole 5 minutes. But I think the fact that this is located where it is, when you look at the human activity that takes place there, for me, that's a reason to err on the side of not going excessively higher, which is exactly the opposite of what's happening here. I also want to take very strong issue with the charge of NIMBYism. It's being thrown around too much. It's being used as a word of, you know, you should not be able to oppose something that you think is inappropriate. Inappropriate not only for your neighborhood, but for people that are coming to the park, people that want to come to the park with a modicum of safety, where there would be more of a mix of how people attend the park. I think it's very inappropriate to be flinging around this charge of NIMBYism, making. Well, that's what he's doing.
So, Counselor, I got to address a point of personal privilege. Go ahead.
You know, the counselor objects to me expressing an opinion that I feel, which is what I said, opposite to Counselor Hopkins, who raised the NIMBYism question, that I disagree with her and I feel it was a case. And I think it's equally inappropriate for the counselor to be slinging around accusations that were putting people's safety at risk by approving a planning application.
So, Counselor, let me address the point of personal privilege. So, I understand we've been at this for a long time. I recognize that people are using some language that other people are thinking carefully about. I listened to the debate, and I heard your debate on the use of NIMBYism. I also say I heard Councillor Trossau's debate, and although he said flinging around, I don't think that reaches the threshold of impugning the integrity of another member of council. So what I will do is echo to everybody continuing to debate the topics, and we've got a few more, is to try to use the language you're using carefully and try to think about how to communicate very legitimate points in the way that you feel, in a way that you know, is clear and direct. And the more you debate the item before us, and the less you debate the way another councillor said things, I think the faster we can be done tonight too. So I'm gonna say, this is dealt with. Let's continue with the debate. Councillor Trossau.
So I'll move on to another issue. No one's going to be surprised to hear me talk about the fact that I think that the traffic study was inadequate. As a matter of fact, I've been going to a lot of planning committee meetings lately, and I'm saying this about a lot of the projects that come through. Because once again, we get a traffic study that is just absolutely limited to just this particular building, and it doesn't look at the broader context. And I'm gonna throw out the words cumulative impact. I sound like a broken record when I say I think that the traffic studies need to do a better job taking into account the cumulative impacts of not just the subject application, but other ones that have happened recently and are likely to happen in the near future. What we're doing is we're creating this untenable situation where we're going to, over a period of time, and it's not just this project. It's not just this project. It's most of the projects that we're passing right now. We're creating this situation where we have blinders on in terms of the traffic impacts that we're looking at. We have to start looking at cumulative impacts, and we're not doing that. And I am not going to approve a project that is so much larger than what the standard would be, based on what I think is a faulty, and yes, I say that with all due respect, I think it's a faulty traffic report. And we get these things all the time. They're very similar. Now, I think in the long run, we have to take a long look at what the criteria are for how we evaluate the traffic. That's a prospective change in policy that I'll bring forward in the future if I get the chance to do it. But at least in terms of the application that's on today, I have to vote no on this. Not because what people are being called, but because of in large part, because of the inadequacy of the traffic study. And that traffic study, yes, there's a light, that's very nice. This is going to catch up with us because we're doing it across the city, application after application. And it's got to stop, and we've got to be more contextual in terms of looking at the actual implications of how a project is going to, taken together with other projects in the area, is going to impact traffic. So thank you very much.
Other speakers to this? Okay, we're going to open this for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I'd like to put number 13 on the floor. It's regarding 755 to 765, 785, and 815 Wonderland Road South. Councillor Hoffman's request is to be pulled.
Okay, I'll go to a speaker's list. I don't know if Councillor Hoffman. The reason why, Councillor, you look at me when I go to you, sometimes people want something pulled to vote against. I'm not presuming that you want to speak every time. That's why I say, is there any speakers? So, would you like to speak? Okay, all right. Any speakers to this one? I don't see any. We're going to proceed with voting if there are no speakers. Okay, we'll open voting. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Ferreira. You slipped in at the last moment.
Yeah, I can speak to this. I was seeing if others would wanted to speak before me. So again, as from committee, I'm not going to be supporting this. I questioned the referral and the planning reasoning for that. I just wanted to maybe go to staff. From what I understand, we have to have like reasons and consistency within our planning documents and provincial policy statements on why we would want to refer or defer something. I was wondering if this is consistent with any of those, this reason for deferral.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. The decision really is up to council. However, for the referral, it's my understanding that the applicant would like to discuss further in terms of tenancy, and that's not a planning matter. We plan for use, not tenants.
Thank you for that. So exactly, we were discussing tenancy and leasing when we should have been discussing planning matters at the committee, the planning committee, the planning and environment committee. And I would strongly advise council to follow the reasoning in the mandate of that committee when it comes to planning matters. The committee deferred this for a reason that wasn't according to planning. And at the same time, we had a discussion that was far, far from any type of planning matter when it comes to that. I would say, please don't support this deferral. I think that it will have long-standing implications for downtown. It'll have long-standing implications for the city at large when it comes to the way we are looking to revitalize our downtown. This could be a precedent-setting movement that will forever hurt our downtown long after we are around. So I would really ask you to just keep that in mind. I'd also say, when it comes to reasons why we could be more competitive when it comes to downtown, like downtown has things that Westmount doesn't have. We have parks, all of our transit routes come downtown. We got a TVP that comes downtown. We got lots of new housing and old housing available and ready to go for new talent. For this large business that is potentially seeking a place to stay. And I think
well,
that—
Councillor, I just got to jump in because you just talked about sticking to planning issues. So I'm going to kind of hold
Well,
you
the
to that.
deferral is not a planning issue, so I thought I would just go there.
It's a referral.
Referral.
And you're right, it is in there. So I'm just trying to say, like, let's try to keep this tight. I think you're making good points, but I'm just going to try to move the meeting along a little bit here too. So go ahead.
Is it a deferral or a referral? I thought it was a deferral.
Referred to future meeting of Planning and Environment Committee.
Okay.
So it's a referral.
This referral was not based on a planning decision. So I should, as the rest of council, should be basing the decision on a planning decision. It was based on something completely absent of any planning. So the reason I'm making my argument the way I am is because that's what is in front of us right now. So if we're going to deviate from planning, I'm going to have to say why we should keep it downtown. And downtown has a lot to offer, way more than Westmount does. And a business that is looking to attract good talent, and it has its own ability to attract talent, but if you really want to consider this, downtown has much more to offer and can actually attract even more talent, and you could really have the two amplify each other. But with that, I would also say we should be focusing on the planning decision. And there is a referral in front of us that is not based on planning at all. So I'm just asking this committee to realize, or this council to recognize, that the future implications here and the precedent that this will set will forever impact downtown, forever. So just please keep that in mind, and I would ask you to vote this down, because there will be a time, as I said, when we're not around, and this decision could still be impacting the city at large.
Yeah, Councilor, and I'll apologize to you. It is in the motion. You have every right to speak to it in the way that you did. That's my mistake on that one. So I appreciate you continue with your comments. I'll look to other speakers to this. Go ahead, Councilor Trossau.
Well, I agree with what was just said by the downtown councilor. This is not about trying to dictate to property owners what they should do. This is not about whether or not I have personal preferences for downtown over certain suburban malls, which I do. What this is about is planning principles. So, again, maybe best to hear it from the mouths of staff. What is the planning principle that this city council has adopted that would suggest that a project like this should be downtown? Why are we preferring downtown over all of these other real estate opportunities?
I'm going to let staff answer, but I'm just going to watch that we're on the item that's before us in the way that it's articulated. So I don't want to get in a big discussion about zoning or occupancy to another property when this is about the referral as it came through committee, but I'll let staff answer.
Thank you, through your worship. As part of the staff recommendation, the rationale, the increased amount of office space in this location is significant and undermines the role and future health of the downtown as a primary office destination in the city.
Councilor Trossau.
Thank you. And the word undermines is pretty strong. And I agree with it. Because I think that if we allow this to go forward as it's been posed, basically what we're saying is we have rules that we've adopted. And rather than go back and fix rules that we don't like, which would require some level of process, we make one-off exceptions because it's convenient. I don't think that's right. And I do think that sidestepping the very strong policy that we have that tries to target office development to downtown will undermine the integrity of what we're trying to do downtown. By the way, at a time when we've just gone through a very, very long and from everything I can tell, a pretty unified and effective process, looking at how we're going to vitalize downtown. So it seems to me as if the last thing we need to be doing right now is, yes, undermine. I think it's a good choice of words. Undermining the viability of downtown by making these special exceptions because they're convenient for certain landowners and land interests. And I don't think we should be doing that. And if we want to go back and revisit the framework for why we're favoring downtown, let's go back and have that discussion. I don't think this council would want to do it. But if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna put something in that's gonna be so detrimental to what we're trying to do downtown, let's go back and revisit the policies. Let's not do it as a one-off special exception, which is what's being proposed here. So I wanna support the staff report. I want to support the planning framework that favors office buildings downtown. I want to recognize the large vacancy problem that we have downtown, which is concentrated among certain owners. And I want to be very, very clear that this is going to have very negative implications if we do this. So please reject this motion and go back to the very wise and considered recommendation from the staff. Thank you very much.
Other speakers? Councilor Van Meerbergen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Frankly, I was sitting in disbelief listening to the Ward 13 councilor tried to diss the beautiful Ward 10 Westmount in his
Point of
argument.
privilege.
I mean, what are we looking at here?
Point of privilege.
Are we looking
Hold
at
on,
the
Councilor-
balkanization of our city?
Council.
Like, is that what we're
Councilor Van
talking about?
Meerbergen. Hold on, I got a point of personal privilege I have to deal with here. Go ahead, Councilor Ferreira.
I think what the Ward 10 councilor is saying is totally out of line, especially for elected representative. I don't think he should be saying things like that.
And what,
Council-
and you're not out of line?
Council-
You
Councilor.
start dissing other areas of the city?
Mute everybody.
Think about it.
Point of privilege again.
Yes, I know. Councilor Van Meerbergen, stop talking for a bit, because I can't mute you like I can mute everybody else in the room. Thank you. Now you are. Okay. I got to deal with the point of personal privilege. That means people can't interrupt. That includes people who had points of personal privilege before. You got to let me follow the procedure rules. So what I will say is your point of personal privilege on the language Councilor Van Meerbergen is using, I agree with. I don't think using the terms dis is what the councilor was speaking to. The councilor can articulate, I felt the councilor articulated his arguments, whether you agree with them or not, in a way that was respectful to the matter before us and the way that the referral came forward. So Councilor Van Meerbergen, I think you can make a very good case without having to use language like the words dis. So I'm going to ask you to retract. Sorry, what is it, Councilor?
Well, there was another statement made after the first one. I agree. Thank you for that. But there was a second point of privilege point of personal privilege that I called when he was saying that I was dissing Ward 10, and I'd like to speak to that too.
Yes, and I don't feel, Councilor, we're not going to use the word dis, okay? We're not going to say councilors are speaking against a ward or against a location. Even if they are speaking against a location, they're speaking to it for the purposes of the debate. There is a matter at a location, you're allowed to speak against it. That's not speaking negatively about the merits of that facility or it's speaking about the matter before us, which is this referral. So I'm going to ask Councilor Van Meerbergen, don't use the language dis. You can make, I think, a good case, and I'm going to say that the point of personal privilege is dealt with, and we're going to continue with the debate, okay? Councilor Van Meerbergen, now you can go. You have to unmute yourself, though. Okay, Councilor, we're just getting... You just got to click the unmute, Councilor. There you
Okay.
are. That looks good now.
You hear me now?
Yeah, sure can.
Okay. When we engage in arguments for this type of a situation, we need to remember we're one city. We're not balkanized. We're not pitting different regions of the city against each other. We work as one, and as one, we're strong. But keeping that in mind, we each parts of the city have, I would agree, I would say different attributes. Now, if a company wants to settle in East London, I would be the first one to say, rah rah, siskumba. Let's get behind it. Why? It's creating jobs. If it wants to be in Westmount, let's get behind it and let's go for it. Because business knows what it needs. Business knows what it wants. And clearly, in this particular case, there are things being offered at Westmount Mall and the area of Westmount Mall and Ward 10 that they find very attractive, and they want these things. To try and artificially hinder it behind some type of bureaucratic regulation that you must go downtown is just playing with fire, and that fire is losing over 800 jobs. Like, come on, we got to wake up, wake up. Thank you, Mayor.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis. Oh, sorry, Councilor Pribble and then Deputy Mayor Lewis. No, your hand was first. You go ahead.
Thank you. I believe maybe besides the ward councillor that we would all prefer them to be downtown. There's no doubt. And that's priority number one. Having said that, priority number two would be so they stay in the city. And it's true. It's in front of us. It's a planning application at a planning committee. It's true. I'm not making this one my support for the referral. I'm not basing on the planning application. True. I'm basing on the potential consequences for City of London. And if you look at our economic indicators, I'm not in a position to gamble such a big organization and make a decision for $500,000 on behalf of 500,000 of Londoners because I don't have the first-hand information. I really need first-hand information, probably the mayor, potentially together with city manager, and if it's a decision to be made in Canada or US, and if it's time, if the time is of essence to jump on the plane tomorrow and try to find out. I need a first-hand situation. I don't want to be in a situation that we support and we play the hardball downtown, and then this organization leaves. I would not be able to look into the eyes of the 500,000 of Londoners and say, I did all my job, all my work, to lose them for City of London. And that's the reason. So yes, basing on the planning, staff did their job. They did. But again, I'm basing on the potential consequences. I need first-hand information. Once I have it, I'll be very happy to make an immediate decision. Preference downtown? Absolutely. As a person who has a business downtown and lives downtown, I would love to have them. I would love to roll out the red carpet for them, but they are the ones who will make the decision. Not me, not us. Do we need to work with them? We have to. But I need the first-hand information. Not through the real estate agent, not through the potential landlords. No, we got to go directly to the company. And actually the other way around. How can we maximize the opportunities? Are there other opportunities for you to grow in City of London, what we can do? So that's my decision, why I will be supporting the referral to buy time and to get that first-hand information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pribble. You'll be happy to know I have offered to get on a plane on this matter, but haven't been required to do so yet. Next speaker, Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I think the one thing that we all need to step back from for a moment is that we're not making a decision today. The item that's before us is a referral that the applicant requested. So I'm not concerned about any sort of appeal for non-decision because they requested it, which puts them on very shaky grounds to make a non-decision appeal. But they are asking for some time because they may make some changes. I don't know what those changes are going to be because they haven't necessarily indicated them all. But they've asked for some time. And that actually is something that is consistent with planning policy. When an applicant asks for time and we're able to grant it, we can grant it. If we follow but to Councillor Pribble's point, there are some competing priorities here. And the reason that these decisions ultimately would come before council, even after a referral, that we would get back at some future date. The reason they come here is because the policies in our official plan can be varied from time to time. They're not carved in stone legislation the same way that the Ontario Building Code is. And when we look at what happened at the Planning Committee, we had a legal representative from City Plaza stand in the gallery and say, uphold your policies. You know, we want them to come to us. Well, then go make them a frickin' offer, City Plaza. Like, if you think you have space downtown, then please engage with the applicant. You know who, like, it hasn't been a secret who the potential tenant is, although they may like it to have been that way, but that's come out. So go engage with them if you think that you have a space downtown that will work for them. But right now, they've identified a space that they think does work for them. And yes, if ultimately when it comes back, if I have to choose between jobs in London or jobs somewhere else, I'm gonna choose the jobs in London. But right now, we're not at that decision point. The decision we're being asked to make today is just, will we give this some more time for the applicant to work out some more details, come back to us with more details, likely some details coming from the client as to why they've chosen this location. And that's not an unreasonable ask. We may, at the end of the day, still say no. Because depending on the details that the client brings forward, assuming, and we did talk about planning, and Councillor Pribble referenced it again, that we want some firsthand information. Well, this gives us all time to go get that firsthand information. It gives the applicant and their potential tenant time to provide us more information. And then we can make a decision. Do I want to see our downtown revitalized? Absolutely. And I think that there's a lot of great things in our downtown master plan that we just went through that will do that. That includes, people may be shocked to hear because I don't really love the idea of using public money to buy land, but the idea that maybe we create a fund where we're acquiring some properties is not what I'm opposed to, because it gives us more control over what we then do to drag or entice or incentivize, or whatever word we want to use, some new tendencies to downtown. And I think the addition that Councillor Trussow made actually around Museum London, and the fact that we want to make downtown an attractive spot for arts and culture, I think that makes some sense too. I think downtowns are really reimagining themselves in different ways, and we've got some work to do on ours. But I don't think that we can say we can't support a referral today because it's going to be the end of downtown. I don't think we should be supporting an approval today either. I do think we need some more information. And so what's in front of us today is a referral, and I would encourage colleagues to support that. I know that there are some strong feelings. I just expressed some strong feelings about a public presentation we had in the gallery. But ultimately, if downtown landowners don't make investments in their property, because big businesses aren't looking at Class C and B office space the way they used to, and if they're not going to be able to provide parking, and we had a discussion a cycle or two ago about a parking lot renewal, and there was differences of opinion on that, and that was retaining jobs in the downtown. But I think that is something that has to have both private sector and public sector investment in our downtown. But today, we're being asked for more time, and I would encourage colleagues to just grant that.
Okay, I'm going to hand the chair to Councillor Rahman. I have myself on the list.
Thank you. I have the chair. Go ahead.
So I'm going to speak to this briefly. I appreciate the debate. And what I will say is there's a lot of colleagues with a lot of speculation in the room. I can tell you from my knowledge, a decision has not been made by a company on where to go in our city. And I don't think that's going to be made anytime soon, given the processes they're going through in the equity markets. I would not have supported the planning. I would have supported staff's recommendation unless someone's going to be standing in the gallery committing to moving somewhere, in which case I would hold different consideration. That's not the case. And so I think giving some more time allows everybody to allow a company to make a decision on what they'd like to do, and then we can decide how we're going to make the decision based on that, on what we're going to allow or not under our staff's recommendation in the planning framework. I think the time is actually a valuable piece here, which is why I'm supportive of the referral. Even if today a recommendation would have come forward to grant the exemption, I would not have supported it. Because I will say, we've granted additional space at Kellogg's for this purpose, and it's not being used for this purpose. So I think we have to be very cautious about when we do that and how we do that in the proper way. So we do not have all the information, in my opinion, to make that decision today. We may in the future, but for now, I'll support the request for more time. But I will also say very clearly, if this gets appealed for non-decision, I would fully support our staff coming back and seeking a position from us to oppose, to basically support the staff position on upholding our policies. That's how I would play it out today. For now, I'm willing to give more time so that we can have a fuller picture of exactly what is the situation, and I think that will allow us all to make a very thoughtful decision for all of the different reasons that we want to make those decisions. But we'll have more information to make it with. So I would encourage colleagues to support the recommendation before us of more time. And I would emphasize that I think we should hold back on the speculation on what someone is going to do for a decision that I feel they have not made yet. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Returning the chair to you now on the speakers list.
Okay. No one on the speakers list? Councillor McAllister is. Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought I got your attention earlier. And through the mayor, appreciate the discussion here. I just want point of clarification in terms of the referral. So what comes back, what would be included in that more than the staff recommendation? Is what kind of reporting are we going to get? Is that coming from the applicant, or is that something staff are going to provide in terms of those discussions that have occurred?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship, it would be an explanation of what the conversation with the applicant and any changes that they've made. Staff would be supporting the current policy framework and likely still having a recommendation for refusal.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, and I believe the deputy mayor said it, but there's nothing precluding any further discussions in terms of locations, correct? That's still on the table. So again, I mean, we're making decisions and presuming some things, and I think there's still probably conversations that go on. So this isn't necessarily a question. This is more just comment that those conversations can still happen. And I still think that's leaving the door open and understanding that we're trying to give them more time to sort this out. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And I'm willing to support it for the time being. But when this comes back, I hope there'll be more details and perhaps some options on the table, which would be good. I would have liked to have seen the Battle of the Malls in the 90s. I think we have missed that boat. I'm very much a supporter of the mom and pop shops, but you know, I know the malls have their spaces they have to fill. So I'm not going to weigh into the Battle of the Malls, but yeah, I think all of our respective areas have their unique characters, and obviously we want to support the businesses in those. So yeah, just as an aside, I understand where everyone's coming from.
Okay, any other speakers on this? Again, this is on the committee's recommendation for a referral to a future meeting. Okay, we're going to open that for voting.
Councillor Ferreira. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 11-4.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I'd like to put item 14 on the floor. This is regarding 1454 Fanshawe Park Road East, Block 2. Councillor Cuddy requested this be pulled.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Sorry, thank you, Your Worship, and through you. We have an amendment on that to that one.
Okay.
Where's the amendment?
We're just going to put it up.
Yep.
So people can decide, unless you already have a seconder.
I have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Then it's moved and seconded. I'm going to get it up so we can just have it read out.
That's fine.
For.
Thank you.
Oh, well, it's up on the screen. So give me 1 sec. Councillor Cuddy, did you write a letter on the added or not for this, like with this motion?
I beg your pardon, did I?
Yeah, was there a submission?
No.
No, okay.
No, I just went through the clerk.
Then I'm just going to have it read out. So here's how I usually operate is if someone puts it on the added agenda, I assume the public can read it. If it's something coming directly to committee as the amendment here, I like it read out so people watching know exactly what's being debated because they can't see the screen in the same way that we can. So it's on the screen. If you want to read it out, you can, or I can have someone read it out.
No, thank you. Somebody else can read it. Thank you.
I'll do it then. That the motion be amended as follows. Subdivision Approval Authority be requested to consider the following issues to the subdivision approval process. 1, add a park block within the first phase of the draft plan of subdivision that is publicly accessible with a minimum area of 0.523 hectares. 2, explore opportunities to increase the size of the park block, recognizing that the required 0.523 hectare park satisfies the 5% parkland dedication requirement under the Planning Act for the proposed subdivision. And 3, evaluate the potential for advancing the installation of a signalized intersection at Highbury Ave North and Blackwell Boulevard ahead of the Plan 2033 implementation as recommended by the applicant's submitted transportation impact study, which takes into consideration existing transportation demands and anticipated growth within the surrounding subdivision neighborhood. 4, modify the public road network to remove the Street A connection to Highbury Ave North and instead extend Street A south along the east of the property boundary to Fanshawe Park Road East, providing a second public access to the development. D, the site plan approval authority be requested to consider the following design issues through the site plan process. VI, functional amenity spaces integrated with the development is encouraged. And E, civic administration be directed to undertake the following action. 1, identify the installation of traffic signals at the intersection of Highbury Avenue North and Blackwell Boulevard in the city's new signal location monitoring and implementation process with a report back to the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee in Q2 2027. You want to speak to it now? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very brief. And I want to thank Ms. McNeely and her staff, and also Deputy Mayor Lewis for helping me on the weekend wordsmith this. As you can see, with the proposed development that's going on in Fanshawe Ridge, we have a real problem with traffic. We'll have an even more problem with traffic with the development, with the addition of 900 new residences. Traffic studies have been done. They pushed back the idea of putting in traffic signals until 2033. We met yesterday with staff and worked out a plan that we would move that to Q2 of 27, and further to that, we would look into the potential of adding another road that would extend to Fanshawe Park Road as opposed to Highbury, because Highbury, of course, is going to be quite busy with the added traffic. With respect to the parklands, if I may, the idea is to really set new standards for parks in some of our areas and with our residents, because these parks aren't being built for the applicants, they're being built for the residents who are going to be there for years to come. And we want parks, we want lots of green space for kids to play in and for families to enjoy. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will see the value in this amendment and you'll support it. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers for the amendment? Councillor Hopkins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question, maybe through you, just trying to understand the changes here, and it is C 1, 2, 3, evaluate the potential of advancing the installation of signalized intersection. Maybe through you to staff. How would that be done? My concerns around that, or I want to make sure I understand we're not knocking anyone off the list, if you can just give me a better understanding.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Your
Go
Worship.
ahead now.
We prepare this report on a regular basis. It is brought forward to ICSC, and it is a number of locations that we are monitoring throughout the city for their warrant status with respect to the need for traffic signals. We would be adding this signal into that process now versus in 2033 when the signal is identified as being required by the applicant's traffic study. So it would not move anything off the list. It just adds one more to the list that would be monitored.
Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Trosow and then Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Mayor. As someone who is often complaining about the inadequate traffic study and the inadequate plans for traffic, I really want to commend the councillor here for this work. When I see something actually imported into an amendment coming before this council that talks about evaluating anything that has to do with traffic, I think that's a real step forward. And I think that a very clear case was made at the public participation meeting that the people in that area need some relief from the overwhelming traffic that they already feel. This was not, we really worry that in 2033 there's going to be too much traffic here. We heard from people in the stands. We heard from the ward councilor that already there's too much traffic there. So I'm very glad to see this amendment in here. I will definitely be supporting it. And by the way, this is a land use issue because in order to have an application be deemed complete, you have to have a traffic study. So what's the point of having a traffic study as part of your complete application if we're not going to try to ameliorate some of the harshness through a measure exactly like this? And I'm not that worried that this is going to knock another worthy project off the list. Worthy projects get knocked off the list all the time. Got a few on my word. Anyway, I don't think this is not going to be a problem, and I want to see this kind of thinking expanded into future applications. So great work, and I'll be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers to this on the amendment? Go ahead, Councilor Prebble. Sorry, I had.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the staff, I do have one question, and that has to do with the Street A. And the proposed changes in front of us for Street A, what will be potential implications to this planning application?
Thank you, through your worship. In conversations with our transportation division, we were exploring other options because it would introduce another access point onto Highbury, which then it would exacerbate some of these situations that are being experienced in the area. So again, looking at potential connection to Fanshawe, having those conversations with the applicant, because this is just direction for the subdivision approval authority to consider. And we'll explore those, and if it works out, then we'll be able to identify those as conditions of draft approval.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had. The other comment, again, it's neighboring to my ward. Any adjustments, improvements to the traffic, even forget about even this application, what could be done now would be greatly appreciated by everyone, because it is an area with the current developments that really I do believe we need to relook at it and address those issues, but thank you.
Okay, other speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you too for all the work that's gone in here. It's great to see some of the transportation issues addressed. I know, following up on Councillor Prebble's, can transportation staff just give a comment on their thoughts on the street realignment, and if there's any concerns that they see with that?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is, at this point, a discussion that would happen with the applicant. We do believe there are some feasible potential solutions there, but we will need to work through that process.
Thanks. I'm happy to support.
Okay, anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I had similar questions. I understand that we receive a report at ICSC that outlines where our traffic lights are where they may be situated in the future, what the warrants counts are. But I'm just wondering if this presents the opportunity to move it ahead without it meeting the warrant yet.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, this will add it to the monitoring list that is contained in Appendix B to that report that's regularly received at ICSC, versus it being added at the time where it was anticipated to be warranted. So it'll start monitoring earlier, but does not preclude the need to still meet warrants.
Thank you, and through you. So I know this is separate from this report, but this is a concern in many places in the city where we have development happening and we have traffic-related impacts, and neighbors are already expressing frustration with the current traffic situation and the lack of signalization. So I'm wondering, further to this, because it talks about evaluating the potential for advancing the installation, what kind of a would we get anything back other than the monitoring report?
Through your worship, no, we are not anticipating an additional separate report related to one particular location for a development. It would be contained in the monitoring report, so committee is able to consider that in the context of all the signal installations that are being approved.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. And so if, let's say, the traffic study shows the need, but it's not till 2033, but you have a developer or an applicant who's willing to support and put forward additional support for traffic-related, whether it's signals or anything else. I know you can't really buy them. They have to be bought by the city, I get that. But they're willing to explore options with the city around that. What are our opportunities? Because again, these are coming up across the city. This is a perfect example. I know this area quite well. Transit isn't available here. We have concerns with the neighborhood already for people trying to exit and enter. What can we do to help, as we know this is going to go forward, get under construction before it could meet the warrant? So is there anything else that can be done for the community?
Thank you, Your Worship. Each location that a signal is requested is generally has to be evaluated on its own merits. Sometimes we have requests for signals where they will not meet warrants, maybe for a decade or more, but there's a desire to have them for ease or convenience, for marketing purposes, et cetera. The warrant system is important because unrequired signals do have an impact on through traffic flow, which is something we've heard from this council repeatedly is a concern, congestion. Signals that aren't needed create additional stop points, additional congestion. I don't have a broad answer about all the ways that we could potentially work this through as a development perspective. I will say that this is a motion from the councillor. Staff do not object to the motion, but it was not our recommendation to advance the monitoring of this location. We do get many of these requests, and if council wishes to make the decision to add them in advance of when the warrants are expected to be met, that is certainly within your purview, and we're happy to do so. We are open to meeting with developers about traffic solutions related to their properties and proposals, noting that unwarranted signals would be fully funded by the developer, and they do cost in the range of $500,000 to $750,000, and that is not recouped through DCs as well.
Thank you. I really appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the work of the ward councillor. I think that's actually an important and valid part of this discussion. We received the report back that says whether or not something's warranted, but council can decide to move forward with a signal even though it hasn't met the warrant. I just want to clarify that.
Your Worship, should council choose to make a motion to direct staff to install a signal at a time outside of warrants, and that would be within your purview to do so. We would generally advise against that, noting also that generally those costs would need to be borne by the applicant in that situation, and that there will be impacts with respect to staff capacity to deliver that project that will impact other warranted traffic signals and will create, where we introduce signals that are not required, they do create other issues related to delay.
Thank you, and through you, very much appreciated. I just wanted to ask a question about the parkland and some of the considerations we're giving to an application that's as big as this one is in terms of the scale of the project, the amount of units, not including this block, but in the whole subdivision that's intended. These types of park amenities are becoming more of a conversation at council with the amount of density we're looking at. And I think it's really important that we are having these discussions and that we're starting to look at it. Is there a potential that staff are going to report back to us and recommend some different styles or different configurations of parks that should be part of high-density projects with these types of units and necessary ground and park amenities in the future?
Thank you, through your worship. I'll take the first question. I may pass it off to my colleague. But under any Planning Act application, we are required to follow the Act in terms of the required 5% parkland dedication, which is the 0.523. And so that can be taken in land or cash. Parks has identified the need for land in this area given the amount of density and intensity within the larger community. With respect to other options for parks, that's why we wanted to include through with the councillor's motion that evaluation for potential for expanding more to serve the broader need within these communities. That may require changes to the parkland bylaw. From my understanding that through parks, they may be exploring that once the Parks and Recreation Master Plan has been updated as part of their project planning. There are options through the Planning Act to look at density as part of that parkland requirement above the 5%. And certainly planning staff will be working closely with our parks friends to ensure that that's incorporated.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I don't know if Ms. Smith has anything to add to that, but I just wanted to say I do think this is a really valuable conversation. I think understanding whether or not parkland dedication dollars can be directed to this community. So are we certain that this money, what we're setting aside, is going to go there?
So I'll go, yes, you go ahead, and then I'll go to Ms. Smith next on the previous piece. Go.
Through your worship, thank you for the question. What we're asking for through the councillor inquiry here is actual land based on the 0.523 hectares, and I'll pass on the next part to my colleague.
Thank you, and through your worship, we'll be coming in September to Community and Corrective Services with our update to the Parks and Rec Master Plan, which concentrates on a park update. In that, we're going to be new definitions to the types of parks in London, and along with that, we'll be speaking to the amenities in those definitions. So you will see that as part of the recommendations coming forward in the updated Parks and Rec Master Plan.
Thank you. Glad to see this is added. I have neighborhoods where high density additions were put in, where we continue to add density, and we do not have parkland that is dedicated in certain neighborhoods, and it's something we need to address and remedy. So I agree with you, and thank you for putting this forward.
Okay. Any other speakers to this? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I will say, while I would have enjoyed having the weekend off, I appreciate Councillor Cuddy's tenacity in advocating and continuing the discussion with me about how to perhaps amend this application a little bit better through the weekend, after we definitely got into the weeds and needed some clarification from staff after planning, because this is actually 4 different development blocks, but only block 2 is coming forward at this point. And even at planning, I was not putting together the 0.523 hectares actually being for all 4 blocks, because it was appearing in one report. And I expected parkland dedication to come in the other 3 blocks as well, but understanding now that really the 0.53 is the whole area, even though we're only dealing with 1 block right now. I also have to, as Councillor Cuddy did, extend thanks to Ms. McNeely and Mr. McRae and Mr. Kavik. Mr. Kavik and Mr. McRae luckily got the night off tonight, Ms. McNeely, so you get to carry the thanks back to them yourself. But unless they're waiting online to answer questions. But I do thank them for the time they spent with us and walking us through a couple of the things. I will say, I might have a traffic signal in my ward that used to meet warrant that probably doesn't anymore. So if the bidding starts at $500,000, I wonder what we could get in Ward 2 for that kind of fund. But all joking aside, I do think that sometimes there is value in encouraging the developer to front the money for a signalized intersection where they have multiple blocks of land that we know they're going to be advancing in phases. And establishing that right out of the gate might actually give the public at large some degree of confidence that their traffic is going to be managed better in the future, even though the full occupancy isn't there yet, knowing what's coming. And so, the other hand, I don't want to get too far ahead of things in terms of putting in traffic signalizations where there's nobody living yet. And so there's got to be a saw-off there somewhere. And it is important, I think, that we generally follow the Ministry of Transportation's provincial guidelines on warrants. That being said, there are sometimes exceptions that need to be made. We're not necessarily making an exception here, but what we are is going to take a look at it again, put it on the monitoring list in Q2 of 2027 and see how things are developing. And it's not just this block. There's the Westdale block on the other side of the street. And so which is developing very rapidly and is very commercial. This development also has lands right now that are in a shopping area designation. And so as we move forward, maybe there are some give and takes in terms of what the mixed use is going to look like versus what the developer is going to do in terms of access points into the subdivision. I certainly think that looking at an access point off of Fanshawe Park Road rather than only access points off of Highbury makes some sense. Whether that's viable in the long run for how they want to lay out the subdivision remains to be seen, but I think it's at least worth a conversation. That's why it's a direction to the subdivision authority to have that discussion and see what comes of it. You know, although we heard some things at planning that I disagree with, you know, concerns about transition from a 2-story on one side of the street to a 3-story on the other side of the street somehow being not respectful of transition, which I completely disagree with. I think 1 story is a reasonable transition. But I did hear very loud and clear the need from the community for a park space. And I took a look at the map. I asked staff some questions about other land. There's an environmentally significant provincial wetland piece there that can't be built on for a park, so that's not a viable option. On the northeast corner, there's a couple of other options that turns out they're not viable right now. And so going forward with what we've got is, I think, the best option today, so I'll support this.
Any other speakers to this? We're just on the amendment so far. Okay, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, Councillor Lehman. Oh, sorry, as amended motion, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Lehman, you're willing to move the as amended? Councillor Cuddy will second. Any discussion on the as amended motion? Okay, let's open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Thank you. That concludes the 11th report of the Planning and Environment Committee.
Okay, that's... Okay, we're on added reports, of which Councillor McAllister, what? So if you have not told the clerk that you want bylaws differently, this is kind of your last chance. Otherwise, we're going to be a little slow on it. So just email the clerk if you got bylaws that you haven't already informed that you want dealt with separate motions. She'll try to pull those together while we're reading this very concise report that Councillor McAllister is going to read for some period of time now. So thank you for volunteering to do that.
Yes, and through the mayor, yeah, you have a bit of time if you want to look at the bylaws. I will do my best to get through this as quickly as possible. Yes, there are another number of items. This is the 12th report of council in closed session, your council in closed session report. Number 1, lease extension and amending agreement, 835 Dundas Street, Social and Health Development East Office. That on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance supports with the concurrence of the Deputy City Manager's Social and Health Development and on the advice of the Director of Realty Services with respect to lease agreement by way of the lease extension and amending agreement with George's Fine Food Limited, the landlord, as in Appendix A, for a term beginning on April 1st, 2027 to March 31st, 2032, there's 2 4s there, for office space located at 1835 Dundas Street. The following actions be taken. A, the extension of the city's current lease at 1835 Dundas Street for a further 5 terms beginning on April 1st, 2027 and expiring on March 31st, 2032, be approved in accordance with the lease extension and amending agreement in Appendix A. B, the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute the lease extension and amending agreement And C, the civic administration be authorized to undertake all administrative steps necessary in connection with this lease extension. 2, property acquisition 1445 Wilton Grove Road, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance supports with concurrence of the Director, Community Space and Sport and Director, Planning and Development on the advice of the Director, Realty Services with respect to the portion 1445 Wilton Grove Road being part of Lot 10, Concession 3, Geographic Township of Westminster in the City of London, County of Middlesex, as part of PIN 08200-0089 LT as shown. Appendix B, the following actions be taken. A, the offer submitted by TDL Group Corp., the vendor, to sell the subject property to the city for the sum of $142,000 be accepted, subject to terms and conditions as set out in the agreement as Appendix C. And B, the financing for this acquisition be approved as set out in the source of financing hereto as Appendix A. Appreciate the larger font too. 3, property acquisition 125 Highbury Ave North, Highbury Ave, and Hamilton Road intersection improvements, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance supports with the concurrence of the Director, Transportation and Mobility, on the advice of the Director, Realty Services with respect to the acquisition of the property located at 125 Highbury Ave North in the City of London, further described as Lot 150, Plan 511, City of London, County of Middlesex, being all of PIN 08340-0241, containing an area of approximately 0.09 acres, as shown on location map as Appendix B, for the purpose of future improvements to accommodate the Highbury Ave and Hamilton Road intersection improvements projects. Following actions be taken. A, the offer submitted by Trevor Jerome Klassen, the vendor, to sell the subject property to the city for the sum of $370,000 be accepted, subject to the terms and conditions as set out in the agreement as Appendix C. B, the payment of an additional allowance of $18,500 be authorized to the vendor pursuant to Section 18 of the Expropriations Act, representing 5% of the compensation payable in respect of the market value of the land, to be paid upon completion of the transaction. And C, the financing of this acquisition be approved as set out in the source of financing hereto as Appendix A. 4, temporary easement 465 Sunningdale Road West improvements from Wonderland Road to Medway Creek Bridge, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance supports with the concurrence of the Director of Transportation and Mobility, on the advice of the Director of Realty Services with respect to the acquisition of the property located at 465 Sunningdale Road West in the City of London, further described as part Lot 12, RCP 1028, PIN 08138-3390 LT, containing an area of approximately 2.602 acres as shown on the location map as Appendix B, for the purpose of accommodating future improvements related to the widening of Sunningdale Road corridor. The following actions be taken. A, the offer submitted by Sunningdale Golf and Country Limited, the vendor, to grant access to the subject property to the city for the sum of $290,000 be accepted, subject to the terms and conditions as set out in the agreement as Appendix C. And B, the financing of this acquisition be approved as set out in source of financing hereto as Appendix A. 5, property acquisition 65 Cove Road, London, Ontario, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance supports with the concurrence of the Director of Community Spaces and Sport and the Director, Planning and Development, Housing and Community Growth, on the advice of the Director of Realty Services with respect to the property known as, this is fun, PTLTS A and BNNS Center Street, PL 259 4th, PTLT ASS Center Street, PL 259 4th, PT Center Street, PL 259 4th, and PTLT 4, WS Warncliffe, PT1 on LRP 5, as in LT 437347 ST and TW 847598 ST, the rights of owners of adjoining parcels, if any, under LC 85367 in the City of London, County of Middlesex, being all of PIN 083940683 as shown on the location map as Appendix B. following actions be taken. The offer submitted by Charles William Henry Tipple, POA, for Ingrid Maryland, the vendor, to sell subject property to the city for the sum of $625,000 be accepted to the terms and conditions as set out in the agreement as Appendix C. And B, the financing for this acquisition be approved as set out in the source of financing report hereto as Appendix A. 6, option agreement amendment, Renball Incorporated Skyway Industrial Park, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance Supports, on the advice of the Director of Realty Services and concurrence with the Director of Municipal Housing and Industrial Development, Housing and Community Growth, with respect to industrial land sale at 20300830 Ontario Limited, under the current corporate name Renball Incorporated, which lands are legally described as Part Block 3, Plan 33M-615, designated as Parts 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, Plan 33R-20724, being all of pin 0819, or numbers are all started to bleed together. Pin 08151-0265 LT, as outlined in red on the location map as Appendix A, and whereas pursuant to the terms of the agreement of the purchase of sale, a subsequent city option agreement, the option agreement dated December 14th, 2021, was registered on title as Appendix B, and in accordance with the city's industrial land disposition policy, the option agreement. Amendment, the amending option agreement as Appendix C be accepted as submitted by Renball Incorporated to amend terms of the original option agreement subject to the terms and conditions as set out in the agreement. 7, license agreement, municipal parking lot 8, west half, 99 Dundas Street, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance Supports, on the advice of the Director of Realty Services with respect to the license agreement between the Corporation of the City of London and London Civic Centre Limited Partnership for the license use of West Half Municipal Lot 8, known municipally as 99 Dundas Street, the license agreement between the Corporation of the City of London and the London Civic Centre Limited Partnership, the licensee as Appendix A, for the exclusive use of the west half of Municipal Lot Number 8, located at 99 Dundas Street, for vehicular parking purposes associated with Canada Life Place for a term of 5 years, commencing August 1st, 2026, and ending July 31st, 2031, be approved subject to the termination provisions therein legally described as the west half of Municipal Lot 8, 99 Dundas Street, in the City of London, County of Middlesex. And 8, last but not least, London Professional Firefighters Association tentative agreement, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Enterprise Supports, with the concurrence of the City Manager, the Deputy City Manager, Neighborhood and Community-Wide Services, and the Deputy City Manager, Finance Supports, the Memorandum of Agreement dated July 9th, 2026, concerning the 2025-2026 collective agreement for the London Professional Firefighters Association be ratified. That progress was made with respect to items 4.8, 4.10, 4.11, and 4.12, as noted on the public agenda, 6.8, 12 ICSC, 6.1, 10 PEC, 6.1, 11 CPSC, 6.2, 11 CPSC. And that is it.
Good news, you're presenting the report, so you get to stand through the rest of it. And I have a member of council who wants to deal with one of them separately, and that is the one related to 99 Dundas. So what we're going to do is we're going to do all the other ones first, and then we'll do the 99 Dundas street licensing agreement second.
Okay.
So
yeah.
You're basically moving a motion for all of them except that one.
Okay, all except for 99 Dundas, yes.
Okay. Those are on the floor. I'll look to see if there's any speakers. I have myself on the list for one item, and so I'm going to turn the chair to Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. I have the chair. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be brief on the final item that was read out is the ratification or the potential ratification pending the vote of an agreement with the London Professional Firefighters Association. I just wanted to take a moment to thank our staff and negotiating team for the incredible amount of work that they did to find a freely negotiated collective agreement with our firefighters in the city. I think that's a testament to a lot of hard work by a lot of individuals. And I just wanted to publicly thank all those involved in the process on the city side for their diligence and continued efforts to find a mutually beneficial agreement to the city. And I strongly encourage members of council to support the ratification of the agreement.
Thank you. Returning the chair to you.
Any other speakers on any of these matters before us? And I'll just note, Councillor Trossau, that the one that you wanted separate, the 99, we're going to do that separate, so we're not dealing with that now. Okay, but I'll tell you when. That'll be the next one. So any other speakers to this? Okay, then we're going to open the vote on all those items.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
And now, Councillor McAllister, you'll move the licensing agreement for the, I think it's a parking lot at 99 Dundas.
Yes, that's municipal lot 8, and that was item 7. Yes, I'll move that.
Okay, so that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers on that. Councillor Trossau, go ahead.
I just, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, and thank you for that report. I just wanted to state my opposition to 99, to the 99 Dundas renewal on the grounds that I would have liked to have seen it be a shorter period of time so the next council could look at it during their term. I'm not going to make any motions or discuss it further. I think we did that before. So thank you very much.
Okay, any other speakers to that item? Okay, then we're going to open that one for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1.
Okay, that completes added reports, deferred matters. There are none. Inquiries. I don't think anybody said they had one. So, okay, there are none. Emergent motions, there were none submitted. We're on to bylaws. So let me just give you a breakdown on how we're going to approach this. Oh, that's behind. We're going to do Councillor Van Meerbergen's conflict first, which will be Bill 267. Councillor Stevenson wanted item 5 of ICSC separate. That'll be Bill 268. Councillor Rahman the driveway widths item, that's 285. That'll be separate. And it might not just be these councillors, it's just the ones that might have submitted the separations. Councillor Hopkins, the bills related to Commissioners Road 1076 to 1080, those will be bills 273 and 289, but we'll do them together. And then everything else, including the added bills. And so I just want to make sure everybody's okay with that if we proceed that way. Yes, Councillor Hopkins?
I will not be supporting the driveway widths. I just want to know what bill that is.
It'll be Bill 285 when we get there, okay? Okay, that means we're going to start with 267. And our Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Cuddy have graciously offered to move and seconded them all, and we preloaded all of them in, so this should hopefully go pretty fast and smooth. So we're going to open first reading of that bill that Councillor Van Meerbergen wanted separate because of a conflict. First reading open for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-0.
Second reading, same bill. I'll see if there's any discussion. Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 11-0 with one recusal.
And third and final reading of this bill, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 11-0 with one recusal.
Okay, we'll now move on to 268, which is the ICSC item 5. We will open first reading for voting.
Motion carries 10-2.
And second reading, I'll look for any discussion. Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 10-2.
And third and final reading of this item, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 10-2.
Okay, so now we're on to Bill 285, which is the parking provisions for driveway widths. So we will use the same mover and seconder, and we'll open that for voting.
Your worship.
Yeah.
This bylaw reflects the driveway widths, but the submission that was made by Councillor Rahman and I had two bylaws. One that had the parking ratio. Can you indicate what number the parking ratio is? Because it's not in 285, but I didn't see it in the other bylaws.
Yeah, I'm just going to have, the clerk's telling me all the information. I'm just going to have her explain it so that we don't have a middle person here.
Through the chair, what's loaded in the vote, where we're in the staging bylaws, is the original bylaw from the committee. We have the two bylaws, the revised 285 and the additional 289. That's what's being passed.
You said the additional 289. 289 in eScribe shows Commissioners Road rezoning.
Through the chair, my apologies, 298. That'll be in the addeds, that'll be one of the last three votes.
Okay, thank you.
So just so we're clear, we're voting on the revised driveway widths bylaw now. The other one will be later in the addeds. So, okay? Yes?
Thank you. And so just to clarify, the bill that shows up in our attachment, which is not the bill. Great, thank you.
That's right, because we changed it. And so we just, we can't load it back into the structure, but indeed it is the bill that we approved. Okay, so, first reading, we're going to open that for voting.
Councillor Trosso.
Trosso votes yes.
Motion carries 10-2.
And second reading, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 10-2.
Third and final reading of the same bill, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Stevenson. Motion carries 10-2.
So now we're going to do 273 and 289, which are the Commissioners Road development ones. We'll open that for voting with the mover and seconder. This is first reading.
Motion carries 10-2.
Second reading of this one, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 10-2.
Third and final reading, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 10-2.
There's one small change to these ones that I have to make for the 99 Dundas is captured in them, so we're going to pull that out. Okay, so now we're going to do everything else from the meeting today that has a bylaw, all of the added bylaws from the in-camera that haven't been dealt with separately, except for the 99 Dundas licensing agreement, which we'll deal with last. Okay, all right. So then first reading on everything, including the addeds with that one exception, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote 12-0.
Second reading on these. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open that for voting.
Motion carries 12-0.
Third and final reading, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 12-0.
Okay, and now we will deal with the 99 Dundas item. Same mover and seconder, and we'll open first reading for voting.
Motion carries 11-1.
Second reading of this item, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 11-1.
Okay, third reading and enactment of this bill. We'll open that for voting.
Motion carries 11-1.
Okay, We're good on everything now. That means we only have adjournment left, so I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. We can do this one by hand. All those in favor of adjournment? Any opposed?
Motion carries.